What's up, sports fans? No Dirt and Sprague. They are out on the links right now for the Fan Golf Classic. Schulte sitting in with you for this best of edition of Dirt and Sprague here on 105.1 The Fan. The Fan Sports Network, the Odyssey app, YouTube across the world. Good to be in with you this morning. A very busy morning and day for the crew to be out on the golf course today. Of course, the late night news coming down about Giannis Antetokounmpo. He is officially a part of the Miami Heat. No, the Blazers will not get him, but we do have the ability, if the Blazers do make a trade today or hire a coach, something that I know fans have been waiting for it to happen. If that happens, we have the ability to get the guys on live to break it down. So we are watching the news as we air this best of edition, and we will let you know if anything happens, and we'll drop in with the guys as soon as it does. But until then, a nice fun day planned. Start you off with some best of segments put together by the guys here from Dirt and Sprague on 105.1 The Fan of the Fan Sports Network. We'll open the show with a fun one they did recently, talking about cargo shorts and Father's Day.
Friday was supposed to be our cargo short classic.
Yes, it was.
Now, I'm not really going to take too many shots. I'll just be honest about all of this, okay? The minute Joe Fisher called BS about Danny Meringue squatting,
yes,
I don't know, 800 pounds, whatever he said that day, and Danny saying, I will literally beat you in any athletic endeavor, and it sparked an idea by Dirt to say, you guys both should golf against each other.
You guys love playing golf. You both brag about your golf games. I hear Meringue in here all the time telling me how about he's striping the ball on the range. I'm like, here, challenge number one. We have clients and sponsors who are golf courses. This is easy. We'll figure it out.
I would more categorize Meringue as the bragger and Joe more as like he loves to golf.
Yeah.
I don't really have Joe brag too much.
Joe brags a little bit.
Does he?
He's a little braggadocious about how he was hitting the ball. If I'm hitting the ball off the tee, I'm going to score. He gives you some of those takes from time to time.
Yeah, and if I had a short game, I'd be in the 80s.
Right. If I could putt, I would have broke 80 twice this weekend. That would have been cool.
If you want to help me in the 70 to 80 yards out range, I'd appreciate that. A lot of those situations pop up. We went over the green.
Yes, that happened.
But Friday was supposed to be a Danny versus Joe. We even had a listener reach out, and this was, I don't know if I talked about this. A listener reached out and offered to do the video recording, the audio, mic us up, put it on YouTube.
You're going to do it pro bono, too.
And this was 2 months ago. Month and a half. It's called a month and a half. I think it was 6 weeks. And Dirt set it up, and initially supposed to be Saturday of this past weekend. Well, Danny can only do it one part of the day, and Joe can only do the opposite part of the day. So Saturday wasn't going to work for their schedules. So Dirt, in remembering that we had Juneteenth off.
Yeah, we had an extra day. It's a 3-day weekend.
Said, does June 19th work? We all have the day off. Does it work? Joe said, absolutely, no problem at all. Put it on the schedule. We literally asked Danny in the studio, and I am a witness. Patrick may have been a witness.
Witness.
Quote, yeah, that works great. I have nothing going on that day. So Dirt then behind the scenes is working and getting the gears going, and Luke is helping us.
Let's go book a tea time. Let's do it.
And our fine folks at Stone Creek, which delightful, love the course. It was dialed, U.S. Open level dialed this week. Said, hey, we'd love to have the Cargo Short Classic.
We'll host it. We're ready to go.
So they gave us a tee time. We had set everything up. And then about 3 weeks ago, we started to get an initial, oh no, cold feet. Because there wasn't any commitment, even though we had an actual tee time on the day.
Can you play? I don't know. Can you play? I don't know.
I don't know.
Play? I don't know.
I'll tell you by the end of the day. I'll tell you by the end of the day. I'll tell you by the end of the day. I'll tell you by the end of the day. I'll tell you by the end of the day. And by Thursday, and I am not exaggerating, not a word or look at Dirt and I at the exchange.
Nothing.
When we signed off on Thursday, going into the Friday of the Cargo Short Classic, we got our stuff. Patrick came here and was like, how you doing? And as we left, he didn't utter a word. In fact, completely ignored us.
Yeah, I got nothing.
Didn't text us.
Nothing.
Nothing. Knew the tee time, told him the tee time, all week told us he'd let us know. Nothing. So we left here with the assumption not going to play.
Not going to happen.
Cargo Short Classic falling flat on its face, as per usual in the Odyssey world.
Yes.
And so we thanked Stone Creek profusely But we ended up going out there. Casey joined us.
Young Casey, lowercase filled in.
Lowercase, good stick.
He's got good swing.
Dirt, and then we showed up, and we just ended up doing like a Ducks versus Beavs high-low game.
Yeah.
But we showed up maybe with the idea that maybe he'll show up.
Hey, maybe he'll be here. You never know.
Not a single text all Friday. Not a single, hey.
Sorry, guys.
Not going to make it.
Not going to be
hey.
able to go.
Just a complete and utter silence. So, tomorrow is the Fan Golf Classic.
Yes, it is, Bob.
And I don't know about you.
I'm very excited for it. Out at Langdon all day tomorrow.
I can only speak for myself. My opinion is you are not allowed to brag about a single athletic endeavor.
Ooh, no bragging allowed.
For, at a minimum, 5-year period.
In particular, golf. If I hear one comment about how well you're playing golf right now, it's going to get shot down out of the air immediately.
Immediately. I'm okay if somebody backs out. I think he said he's like, it's my first day off with my girlfriend or something. I think that was the thing that I had heard, and I just thought, you're off at 1 o'clock. What's happening between 8 a.m. and 1 p.m.?
Yeah,
Nothing.
You're
off at 1 o'clock.
We got 2 extra days after.
The Blazers aren't playing. There's nowhere else to go.
Nothing happening.
Like, you're off at 1 o'clock. I don't know what it was. I'm going to assume it was something important. All I'm saying through all of this is at least, Dirt and I are pretty good at communicating when things get changed or moved around.
Yeah.
Now, sometimes it's not perfect. The day before, I'm like, dude, I'm out tomorrow. Or he'll text me at 5 a.m. I'm yakking. Turns out I can't make it.
Not going to make it in today.
I'm not going to be mad at that. Like, at least there's some notification or a vacation is planned.
Yeah, bit of an effort there.
Dude, we'll bust a little of your balls if you back out, but at least telling us would have been helpful and nice.
By the way, guys,
Courtesy.
Friday not going to work. We'll have to pick another day for the Cargo Short Classic. I won't be able to play.
We got nothing. We got not a single thing. So we went out there. Stone Creek was absolutely dialed. U.S. Open conditions, which ate my lunch.
Yeah, I love that course, man. I haven't been out there in a year.
It was
so
in
fun.
great shape.
Fun to get back out there. The weather got a little hot, a little bit of a meat grinder there on the back nine.
It did.
As we were all slowly unraveling on our golf rounds.
Yeah.
But it was perfect conditions. Great round. Didn't take too long. Nice little delightful walk. We had a wonderful time at Stone Creek on Friday.
We did. And we apologize also because Stone Creek was really kind in setting up the tee time with Luke. We apologize for not capitalizing. So what I have thought about, and I told this to Joe and you, since we have a listener, he seems kind of eager, this listener of trying to dabble in making some kind of video stuff at the golf course.
You want to put it together for us? We'd love to have you do it.
I thought it'd be really fun to come up with something maybe in August. So that gives us all kind of time.
Sure.
Where maybe we can set up some version of doing a fan YouTube sort of content and actually capitalize on a situation.
I'd be all for it.
Where maybe you whip my ass and it was like Sprague versus Dirt, no strokes given. And it's like Dirt 81, Sprague 109. Like, damn, dude, that show's different.
You shot a 109, man. What the hell happened to you this weekend?
Yeah, well, I counted all the strokes. That's what happened.
We went out of bounds a couple of times.
How many balls did you lose? Nine golf balls.
Nine.
Is that
a niner in there? I catch a niner in there? I mean, look, I'd love to put the effort into setting up another date, but as I said, if the first one is ghosted and does not happen, my responsibility here is done.
Yeah.
I took the bull by the horns.
Yeah,
I tried to make it happen. It did not happen. We had to back out. And so if they want to be braggadocious and yelling at each other in the office about their athletic accomplishments, I'd like to see a little bit of effort on probably the person who backed out of saying, hey, why don't we pick another weekend that works so we can make this happen? And if you do that, tell me when the date is, give me the course. I'll be there. I'll come hang around, watch golf if it works for me. But the planning and the effort part is out the window for me. I'm not doing that anymore.
He texted me on Tuesday last week. I'll let you know by the end of the day. I didn't hear the rest of the week.
No, I asked him in person on Wednesday.
I saw him in person 3 times.
I'll know today. Didn't hear a word. So thankfully for us, we are aware enough that when somebody's not being communicative,
we planned.
We planned ahead, and we immediately, before we even knew, we asked lowercase, hey, do you want to come play golf on Friday?
Well, he popped his head out. And he's like,
eagerly.
He doesn't show. I'm in.
I'm ready to go. And for anybody wondering, for the hybrid high-low Duck versus Beaver game, the Ducks did win in a narrow battle.
Yeah.
Me and Joe Fisher edged out Sprague in lowercase.
I certainly didn't help lowercase is all I would say about that. I didn't. And I don't know if I won a hole for our team.
You got some highs in there. There were some highs. You got a couple of highs in there.
Lowercase was really good, and it was fun. We are debating if it counts as an official win. the funding discrepancy between Ducks and Bees. We have some problems
Our
here.
NIL budget's a little bit higher than yours.
NIL budget might have been a little bit,
We have a few more available scholarships.
Might have been swayed. One person on the show had like 3 triples and 2 doubles and still shot an 82. The other person just had a lot of triples and doubles.
We were joking with Joe on the opening hole. Joe had a rough start to his round on Friday.
Yeah.
At the hybrid asterisk cargo
that
short
first
classic.
hole, I'm not even sure what he actually carded, and I
don't know.
I'm not calling him out. His score was pretty bad.
We just heckled him of, hey, you're lucky Danny ain't here right now, buddy. You hit a fairway bunker. That ball stayed in the fairway bunker.
Yep.
Barely got it out of the fairway bunker. Somehow hit his, fourth shot onto the second tee box.
Which is a downhill tee box.
Hit it back up onto the grid.
Yeah.
Hey, you're lucky. You'd be down 1-0, I got a feeling right now, but you never know, I guess.
I think that's the thing about it is, one, I do appreciate, even if you're a bad golfer, which we're all bad golfers by varying degrees.
Everybody sucks to a different degree.
I at least appreciate showing up. And he'll tell you he'd have his best round.
No.
I do want to commend Stone Creek.
Yes.
For U.S. Open week, they really participated.
Yeah, it was tough. It was tricky.
If you got off the rough even a little bit, that ball's gone. Good luck. You ain't finding it in that tall stuff.
A little deep out there, baby.
So they did a really good job dialing in the U.S. Open conditions. He at least showed up.
He was there. He was battling.
He was battling?
It was a meat grinder.
And you know what? The thing that sucks, I think, for the other side of that is, if Danny's game is as dialed as he says it is,
he would have smoked him on Friday.
Or at least he probably could have won.
Yeah.
I'm
pretty sure.
Won.
I think Joe ended up right around triple digits, if I remember correctly.
He did. Me and Joe were in the triple digits.
You were both in triple digits?
Yeah,
okay.
I had a horrendous round.
I couldn't remember if I remember him talking about what he needed to break his 100, and I couldn't remember if he did it or not.
And actually, minus hole 1, he actually had a good front. He went into the 9th hole.
He was playing well
at 39.
He did, and then
he had a lot of pars.
He had a rough 9th hole.
The 9th hole blew up.
9th hole ate us all alive.
And then the back,
tough,
just completely obliterated 90% of the group.
Yeah. It was a slow bleed. That's usually how it goes at Stone Creek.
I know. Those holes.
You got to hang in there in the front, and then you go into the gauntlet. And you just pray for life after that. It usually doesn't happen.
So I don't know what to do with this. Everybody at the station's going to have to make their own decisions. I don't even know what he's going to say when we see him today. Is he going to ignore us? I don't know.
I got to imagine he's going to get a little chirps tomorrow. Have fun out at the Fan Golf Classic tomorrow.
I don't want any show beef. All I'm just simply saying is, like, at least have the courtesy to say you're out.
To communicate. I will not be there.
Just kicking it down the can and then, like, not saying a single word.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
And then not showing up is just like, come on, man.
Send a text. Hey, man, not going to be able to make it. Let's pick another date.
Literally, that's all it would have taken.
I'll still be upset, and I'll still say you could probably find time to do it, but all right, at least he gave us the heads up.
I have no idea how tomorrow's going to go for him at the Fan Golf Classic.
I don't either. That could be his punishment for backing out. He's not allowed to hit a shot tomorrow.
I mean,
you should have got all your swings in on Friday.
If I'm a listener,
this is your Odyssey 105.1 The Fan. Fine, you're not allowed to bring clubs.
If I'm a P1 not working at the station and I show up to the Fan Golf Classic tomorrow, and he offers, I as a P1 am saying,
nah, man, I'm good.
Nah,
man, I'm good.
I want people who show up to their tee.
Are you going to back out of this shot before you hit it? Are you going to go stand by the ball and then go sit back down under the 10 and then not tell me you're not going to hit the ball?
Now,
is that going to be a thing?
That, from a comedic standpoint, that is hilarious to think about him having a little bit of the waggles at the ball.
And be like, nah.
And then just backing away and going and sitting down.
Not even saying anything. Are you not going to hit the ball? No?
No?
Okay.
Nothing?
Is somebody else got to hit this one now? Okay. Do I got to go pick that up? Whose ball is that? Is this my shot? I'm confused.
I don't know, man. It was a fun time, though.
We had a great
time.
We had a great time. Friday was a lot of fun. It's always fun getting together, playing a fun game. Stone Creek was in great shape, and it started off a nice little 3-day weekend, man. But when you play 2 rounds of golf, it goes pretty quick because that eats up a lot of your time on the weekend.
It does. Did you get a cool gift?
I didn't get. I mean, you know me, man.
I know your gift policy, but
we
did
shut
she
it
get
down.
anything?
She paid for my round of golf yesterday.
That's great.
Which is perfect.
That's
I wanted to play golf
fantastic.
on Father's Day. Can you pony up and do that? Because I don't need anything else. So if you want to buy me something,
do you guys have a shared account?
We do have a shared account. Yeah. So, yeah. I also considered that as well.
Well, you know, whatever.
It's
the gesture.
It's
that matters,
the gesture.
You know?
And here's cold hard cash for your round of golf. Thank you.
My wife got me new golf shoes.
Ooh,
which were great.
There you go.
Some blue Air Maxes.
Hello.
Very comfortable.
Hello.
And I thought you'd enjoy this. I should have shot you a photo of it. She got me a golf shirt. She got me the Brooks Koepka pink striped shirt that we literally made fun of on Thursday's program.
Follow-up question, because you texted this to me yesterday and I started laughing out loud.
Yeah.
Was she aware of the conversation?
No.
Did you tell her about
She
the conversation?
ordered that shirt a couple, like it was.
But after
Tuesday.
opening it, did you acknowledge the conversation that happened on the air Thursday?
Oh, as soon as she opened it, I literally started laughing, and she was like, "What? You don't like it?" Because she thinks I don't know what this is. She thinks I wear super bright colors to golf, and I'm like, I don't.
You got to look good, feel good, play good.
I mean, I do want to buy more nice shirts. You know, my golf game attire is pretty bad, but
you got to be flamboyant out there.
They think my last Bad Birdie shirt. They've basically called me. What did they? My daughter said I'm a gay version of my mom.
Oh, okay.
She said, "You look like your mom, but you're a gay man." And I said,
"Thank you.
Can't wait to go this round."
Is that?
No.
No.
I think she's saying like I look very zesty in it.
Yes.
I was like, oh, okay. She's like, you look like your mom. Looks like something your mom would wear to a brunch. My daughter's just slinging arrows at me.
I got no comeback.
So she gets me this pink shirt. I start laughing. I go, we literally made fun of this shirt on the air Thursday. And she goes, really? And I go, yeah, I'm not wearing that.
You're not going to wear that.
But she ended up getting me the golf shoes, which was delightful.
Of all the shirts to show up.
Of all the shirts.
Like of all the millions of golf shirts that you could choose from. We have not made fun of a PGA Tour player's outfit in God knows how long on the show. And Thursday morning we look up U.S. Open's teeing off and Brooks is wearing a pink striped shirt. And we both had the same reaction of what the hell is he wearing?
Yeah.
What happened to Nike's gear? And then there it is on Sunday morning.
I also don't know what to make of my youngest giving me. She made me 2 cards, which is great. She put $20 in a box.
Oh,
just 20,
just
straight up 20.
Straight up 20.
I was like, I'm gonna give this back. She goes, no, it's your gift. And I was like, okay.
I mean, I'm not mad about it.
I'll take your $20.
I mean, I don't really need anything. I'll stop and get a snack on the way home, I guess.
We could have lunch. I don't know.
Here's my Celsius for the week. Maybe go buy a couple on my way home.
Oh man.
Well, I ended up at Oaks Park for the first time in like 20 years this weekend, and that was a walk down memory lane that I have.
It's a lot different. If
It's been a minute, dude, and it is a lot different. And the little guy had an absolute blast. Dude.
That's good,
yeah, dude. Riding a little
perfect
cars,
weather
little
for
motorcycles around.
Did he do the little mini roller coaster? The little loop?
No, he did not do the.
Not
mini.
ready for that one
Not
yet?
quite ready for that one.
Right.
We did the choo choo train 3 times though. We did that choo choo train all around. You know, choo choo. It's a great time. Great Father's Day week.
Ooh, shots fired there between the guys and Danny Meringue on Dirt and Sprague last week. Funny show, and what a time for them to be out on the links today. Of course, it's the Fan Golf Classic down at Langdon Farm, so we got a best of edition of Dirt and Sprague on the morning after Giannis Antetokounmpo has been traded by the Milwaukee Bucks to the Miami Heat. Of course, we will get the guys on if the Blazers happen to make a trade. I know everybody's Maybe hoping for Jaylen Brown. Not as many Blazers fans hoping for Anthony Davis, hoping to hire a coach. We need one. Still the last team in the NBA that has not filled that slot. So hopefully we hear something about that today. And like I said, the guys are ready to check in and get off the course if that happens. But we got to get out to break. When we come back, speaking of the Blazers, we'll get to this was a really good interview that they did with Greg Oden back in April. It was a really good time for Greg to come back, talk to Blazers fans after a big chunk of time away from the city. So we'll hear Dirt and Sprague interviewing Greg Oden on a best of edition when we come back here on 105.1 The Fan and the Fan Sports Network.
Now, here's a quick look at Portland traffic.
105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
Happy Tuesday, everybody. A best of edition of Dirt and Sprague here on 105.1 The Fan and the Fan Sports Network. Happy to have you in on quite the busy morning. The NBA draft, it's kind of a mixed bag. Sometimes it brings a ton of moves leading up to the day and on the day. Sometimes it's kind of just a big old gasser, not really much happening. But it has been a very busy 12 to 24 hours in the NBA. Giannis Antetokounmpo, a heck of a day for all the guys to be gone down at the Fan Golf Classic at Langdon Farms. But it's going to be beautiful, a hot day, sold out. Going to be a lot of fun interacting with y'all down there. Appreciate everybody that's taking part. But and by the way, if the Blazers do have any breaking news, a trade themselves, of course, lots of fans, including myself, were still holding on hope they would be a part of the Giannis trade, but they are not. If they do hire a coach, we will have the guys chime in. And, of course, everybody will be out there the whole day, so we will still have you. Despite the Fan Golf Classic happening and the big news happening today, we will still have you if there is anything Portland Trail Blazers related going down today. And really quickly, before we get into this Greg Oden segment, it's actually the rest of the hour. Such a good interview that Dirt and Sprague did. Want to quickly break down this Giannis Antetokounmpo trade to the Miami Heat. You heard in my update really quickly just the number of picks, but it was quite the haul. A lot of people saying that Miami kind of just gave up their stable to get Giannis, and now they kind of have to rebuild the roster entirely. We'll see if Pat Riley can do that. But Giannis Antetokounmpo, Bobby Portis officially headed to the Miami Heat. Here's what Milwaukee gets back. Tyler Hero, Khalil Ware, Jaime Jaquez Jr., Kasparis Yakachonis, 3 first-round picks, including tonight's number 13 pick, 1 pick swap in 2032, I believe, and then 1 second-round pick. The first-rounders are in 2031 and 2033 along with tonight. So big deal, and the pick swap is in 2030, not 2032, and the second-rounder is in 2033. So kind of pushing this back as far as, what the value is going to be on these picks for Miami to Milwaukee. It'll be interesting to see how good Milwaukee can rebound from this. And, Miami going all in, we'll see if they can actually build around Giannis and get back to the NBA Finals like people after making this trade, or at least people down in Miami are expecting them to do. But just wanted to break that down really quickly. Had a couple of minutes to do so. Like I said, a best of edition here of Dirt and Sprague on 105.1 The Fan. We will be with you until 10, and then a couple of other best of editions of the rest of our shows going to be happening all day. But guess what? Here on 105.1 The Fan, as I've said, the Blazers not doing anything yet, but if they hire a coach, if they happen to make a trade for Jaylen Brown, we will let you know. But speaking of the Portland Trail Blazers, Dirt and Sprague did such a great interview with former Blazer Greg Oden. A lot of people call him a bust, but it's still really nice to catch up with him and see what he's been doing since then, and honestly hearing about the human side of Greg Oden, which is a really nice change from just seeing what happened to him as a player here in Portland. So let's listen for the rest of this hour to a really great interview that Dirt and Sprague did back in April with former Blazer Greg Oden.
Greg Oden, former Portland Trailblazer, he's going to be the keynote speaker at the PDXYZ event August 5th through the 7th, so coming up a couple months from now, an event that we've had something to do with here the last handful of years. What are we up to these days, Greg? What's life been like?
Oh, my gosh. Well, first off, I appreciate you guys for having me. I definitely heard the oh gosh before the 2007 draft. I understand it as well. Kevin Durant is amazing. I'm going to get that out the way right now. He's one of the greatest players to ever play the game. I'm just going to say that right now. But right now, Gregory Oden is sitting in Louisville, Kentucky, about to go to day one of everything going on here for the horse races. Ooh. And, yeah, but these days I'm working with Elite Life Consulting, consulting with a do everything sports marketing firm, helping getting these kids to colleges and helping them get NIL deals and doing it for the right reasons. I've been on both sides. I've coached, I've played, and I just want these kids to have better lives than me, even though I'm pretty happy with myself right now. And I'm going to thank Portland Trail Blazers for that, because my life changed the day that I got drafted, and I would never forget that. I am indebted to the city of Portland and the Portland Trailblazers and the organization and Paul Allen and his family. I am so thankful for everything. So I appreciate you all for having me. And just know I got all that out the way, so now I can talk.
I love it. I'm glad you did that. I want to ask you this. So we watched this Jailblazer doc, and it had Bonzi in it. And Bonzi Wells gets traded to Portland, and he thought it was Portland, Maine. He didn't know where Portland, Oregon was. And I don't know if I've ever heard this from you. Like, when it came down to Seattle, Portland, when it got to that point, it was a shock to everybody. Were you in your mind, like, I'm assuming you knew where Seattle was. Like, what did you even know about Portland, Oregon when it, like, came down to the last two picks?
So I wasn't like Bonzi per se, but I was on the flight. And literally when I landed, because it was supposed to be Boston, Memphis, and then it was Portland, Seattle, I go, huh, okay.
Different part of the country.
All right.
Yes. But honestly, I knew nothing. But I learned quick. You guys have some really good seafood and really great people and one of the best sceneries in the country.
Yeah. I'm curious to ask you, because we're going through a playoff run right now. The Blazers, I think they're going to probably lose tonight and the season will come to an end. But we're going through a lot of these young guys kind of getting that taste of the playoffs for the first time. And I wanted to ask you about that. Like, as a young player going through that for the first time, like how different was the game, the speed, the matchups throughout the course of a series? Like, what did you learn and how did you evolve, I guess, throughout going through that experience for the first time? Because we've got a lot of young guys who are doing that right now in the playoffs.
Well, honestly, I think that first playoff series kind of hits you hard. You really don't know what to expect. You don't really understand that the game is different when it comes to playoff basketball, but it really is. And I just think a lot of these young guys are going through it for the first time, but now they got that experience. But that's one thing that we see in Drew Holiday, who's been through it before. He understands that. He understands that the reffing is different. He understands that the physicality is different. He understands that the moment is not meant for you to just be cool. Like, you actually need to take advantage of this moment and play your best basketball. So I really respect Drew for everything that he's doing. And I think that, I hate to say this, but I am so proud of the Trailblazers for winning one game, because I honestly had San Antonio winning the championship. So the fact that we was able to get a game, I think we overstepped for my expectations. But I'm just so proud of this team. I love Denny. I love everybody on this team. I love the organization. I just love the fact that they go out there and they hoop. And when they're playing fast and they're hitting their threes, I think we're actually a really good contender.
Well, you've gotten to the coaching element. I know you're in the NIL space now, and I do want to ask you about that. It's very interesting as somebody who didn't have it, and my God, your life financially, what the difference would have been if Greg Oden out of high school going into Ohio State would have had something like this and the perspective you can offer. I got to ask you a hoop question, though, as somebody that watches basketball, that knows the game so well, who's also a pretty big dude. What are you doing against a Victor Wembanyama, this 7'5" alien that weighs 10 pounds, but, man, he's so skilled?
Well, first off, he's still kind of light. Once he gets Giannis weight, then the NBA got to worry about a whole entire problem.
Yeah.
But right now, you push him out. But secondly, the way he's playing and his dedication, you just got to fight him and both get kicked out. You just got to sacrifice for the team.
We got young Hansen, man, our rookie center. He's good for 5-6 fouls. Throw him out there, man.
No, put somebody in there and just fight them. And then both of them get kicked out. And then, you can play a regular game.
Can we hire you as coach? I think that's probably the best strategy to date that we've heard on handling Victor Wembanyama.
Now, Greg, we're winning 2 games.
Now we got 2 games.
Game.
He's not playing. That's probably our only chance.
I got a coach's mindset. I'm just saying. I know.
They go to
Look,
Greg.
when I think about it, and I'm trying to think about, look, you can't change the game of basketball. He's one of the greatest basketball players out there right now. I mean, he can shoot the three. He got mid-range. He can dunk everything. He's taller than everybody. He blocks everything. He got handles. He can steal. Like, literally, you just got to get him out the game. But another thing right now that I've seen, he plays about 5, 6, 7 minutes, and then they have to take him out.
Mm-hmm.
So if the Trailblazers, they get up and down, that's one thing I saw was game 2. You guys start running and hit the three. I think we can actually get something going, but you got to get him tired because he does so much on the basketball court that he's going to wear himself out until he gets to that level that Giannis was like.
Yeah.
I just do everything and I am everything. I came from nothing, so this is nothing to me.
Yeah, we're
I
talking.
don't know if that makes sense, but in my head it does.
Yeah, for sure does. Yeah, we're talking with Greg Oden, former #1 overall pick, Portland Trailblazer. He's going to be the PDXYZ keynote speaker August 5th through 7th here in Portland, and it's really fun, man. This is a fun interview. I'm curious to go back to the college days for you because you're saying you're working in the NIL space now, and just how crazy that is. Like I saw a report, and we haven't talked about it on the show yet, but I think it was Jonathan Gavoni had a thing about the number of players that have declared for the NBA draft is one of the lowest it's been, in 25 years, somewhere along those lines. Only 71 players so far because so many guys are coming back for another year and being like, hey, maybe I'm a second-round pick, but this school is going to pay me X amount to keep playing. So I'm just curious what you make of the space and the way it's evolved and kind of the Wild West nature of it. And then taking yourself back to your college days, how do you think you would have handled having that when you were 18 years old in your year at Ohio State?
Well, let's just put this in perspective. I'm pretty sure Bryce James is making more than Bronny James in college.
Jeez.
Which is crazy to say out loud when Bronny James just played, today's Tuesday, so 2 days ago in the playoffs, right? On the two-way contract that got brought up to a regular contract. So why would you not stay in college? And if a school is going to find a way to get you 5, 6 mil to just be a college student and a kid, why not?
Right.
But the only thing about that I hate is what is the motivation for you getting better? What is the motivation for you to want more? Because at this point, when these kids are getting this at 17, 18, what is going to drive you to be the best you can at 25 when you already made this much money? So that's going to weigh out a lot of kids that just come in there just to make money and not for the love of the game and for the love of the sport and competition. And to say this, if I was playing in the NIL era, I would be at least top 3 highest paid ever in NIL era.
Yeah, for sure.
Not to be conceited at all,
No.
Number one pick in the draft.
Facts, man.
So.
Yeah.
Well, can I ask you then, like, kind of a two-parter then? One, so some of these kids are making the money in high school. Like, there are states that have okayed the high school players to start making money. They don't even have to wait to college. And so you see, like, there's a couple high school basketball players. One kid at Rainier Beach, Stokes, he was in, like, an All-State commercial or something. Like, they can make that money then. How would it have impacted or changed maybe your drive as an athlete in high school at North Lawrence to make that money and then at Ohio State making even more money? And then where's the NIL space need to be fixed? What is it about the NIL space to make you dive in and want to invest your time and your energy to address what it is right now?
Well, first I want to say it was Lawrence North High School in Indianapolis, Indiana.
Thank you. Yeah, you're right. That's my apologies.
I apologize.
No,
but
I apologize.
I had to say that.
Yeah.
But honestly, I wish I can say I knew. All I know is from my heart, I think the NCAA is going to have a big problem on their hands because there's a lot of kids that's transferring from schools that literally, when they graduate, don't have a home school because you went to 3 colleges in 4 years.
Right.
So what school do you actually represent, or what school do you feel closest to? But then another thing is, when you transfer, you drop out second semester. So when you drop out second semester, those credits don't count. And then when these guys transfer out of state, do they forget that you got to pay taxes the year before that year? So there's going to be a lot of kids, and there's no more COVID year. Right. So there's going to be a lot of kids coming up in the next 2 or 3 years that literally are going to be done with college, owing Uncle Sam, and not having a degree. Because if you drop out 3 times, how many credits do you really have with no more COVID years? So I think the NCAA is going to have a real big problem, and I think that's where it needs to come from. And honestly, giving these kids this money, right now it's the Wild Wild West. It's way too much money for a lot of these kids that really don't deserve it. One of my biggest stories is me coaching at Butler and walking into Madison Square Garden for the Big East tournament, and I'm the highest paid. Well, I'm not the highest paid. I'm the most known in the arena, but our 4th man is getting paid more than me. And I'm doing 3 jobs at Butler. And it's like, what is going on right now? Like, literally, nobody wants to talk to you. They want to come and take pictures with me. Yeah. And I'm just the video coordinator / Delbo / assistant big man coach / NIL guy. Like, it was a lot going on for me not to get paid more than the players. Yeah. And that's what's happening with a lot of these coaches, by the way. Their players are getting paid a lot more than them, and they don't even know what's going on. And they're really not that good, by the way.
Yeah, it changes the dynamic of the relationship. There's no doubt about that.
Wow, interesting insights. Actually, some pretty deep insights from former Blazer and current coach Greg Oden talking about the world of NIL and players now making money at 18 that really kind of kills their motivation. I think he sounds a lot like just the general fan in that point. It's pretty cool. We got one more segment with Greg Oden here on this best of edition of Dirt and Sprague on 105.1 The Fan Sports Network. We'll get right to that when we come back, and of course, we will keep you updated throughout the day if there is any Blazers news. No trades as of yet. Of course, today is the NBA draft. The Blazers do not hold any picks in tonight's draft, but they still need a head coach, and they still need to make some changes on their roster. I think we can all agree with that. So Dirt and Sprague out at Langdon Farms for the Fan Golf Classic. They will check in if we have any Blazers breaking news today, but we'll get out to a break, come back and finish this interview with Greg Oden here on a best of edition of Dirt and Sprague on 105.1 The Fan and the Fan Sports Network.
The firm of Harris and Meringue now. This is Dirt and Sprague on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
Got a best of edition of Dirt and Sprague here on 105.1 The Fan and the Fan Sports Network. It is the day of the Fan Golf Classic, so all our hosts are out at the links down at Langdon Farms enjoying some morning and afternoon rounds, all sold out, by the way. So good job. Really appreciate you stepping up and showing our sponsors how much you love 105.1 The Fan and the Fan Sports Network. So in lieu of the guys, we have some nice segments that they've done in the past month or so. And, of course, they are gone on a big day. Giannis Antetokounmpo on the move. Not to the Portland Trailblazers, but it's official. The Bucks have traded him and Bobby Portis to the Miami Heat. So we will continue to be watching for any Blazers news that happens throughout the morning and day here on the Fan Sports Network. But right now, we got to finish up that interview that Dirt and Sprague did back in April with Greg Oden, former Blazer, former #1 pick, and really great to hear how well he's doing and his insight on the current game of basketball.
When you talk about coaching, the college stuff is a hilarious story about the time at Butler. Do you see that as like a future for you? Is that something you want to get back into and you think you could do long term, or you got a taste of it and you're like, nah, man, I'm good?
Honestly, I would love to be a GM of a college team, and I would love to help out with the bigs. So, like, for me, I'm like, look, Ohio State, I'm saying it right now, Ohio State, let me be a GM. You need a face? I'm the face. Who's the only #1 draft pick in the history? Gregory Oden. I don't even need to do all the dirty work or all that stuff that you want me to do. If you want me to, I will. But if you need to send me off to do some fundraising with Ohio State and then I happen to be in California or in Oregon, why not? Would I not do a little visit to a kid that we're trying to recruit? Mm-hmm. And then when I come back, I can go in and be on the court with the bigs. Like, to me, that's the ideal job. So I'm just putting that out in the universe. Ohio State, what's going on?
Hey, I know Oregon needs a GM right now, Greg. Dana Altman doesn't have a GM. If you're looking, you want to move back out,
Oregon,
let's go.
Hey, Oregon, you need a GM. Hey, look, I keep saying, look, you just need a face. Who else can make any phone call to any Division I school, any school actually in the country? I like to say that I don't open up doors. Sometimes I'll just be walking down the street, the door's open, and be like, Gio, what's good? Come in.
We have a new owner here, which, you shouted out Paul Allen and the organization for the way they treated you when you got here and everything, and that's great. And I think we have a lot of culture shock. We got the media out here, the fans, maybe even some of the players behind the scenes. We haven't heard anybody publicly, but there's a lot of culture shock because the guy's not coming in with Paul Allen money. The guy's coming in, and we've nicknamed him Tommy Two Nickels. He seems to be cutting and being a little bit cheap. What can you tell us the extravagant lifestyle of a #1 pick and NBA guys in general, where you hear about an NBA owner deciding to be cheap around the organization and make cuts, like how that resonates, you think, from the player side and just how to operate an organization when you are that cheap?
Well, first off, your contract is your contract, so that's one thing. I don't know where you can be cheap in that aspect, but in everything else, I haven't been there. I know it's a new age right now, but I just think that, he can't really cut what's already been put there.
Right.
It's already set in stage. Like, this is a funny story that y'all don't know about, but when I first got to Portland, we didn't have washcloths. We had towels. We had to wash with our hands. Until me, B-Roy LaMarcus was like, hold on now, we African Americans, we use washcloths. So, like, what's going on here? And then at one point, one of the guys had to start cutting up towels to get us washcloths. And I'm just saying, like, at this point in the league, like, I don't see where he can cut. Only thing that he's going to cut is bringing in a big name to Portland.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, white people use hands. I don't know what that is. I don't know what
It
that
is,
says
yeah.
about us, but white people
Evidently, I need to
largely-
be using a
No,
washcloth,
I didn't
man.
say that.
Yeah.
I'm
No, it's two white
sorry.
guys on the phone
It's
with
all
you,
right.
Greg.
We
It's
get it,
okay.
a
Greg.
lot right now.
We're trying to educate each other.
Greg,
We're growing as people right now. I like this.
I'm a 39-year-old pale white. I'm telling you right up. I use my hands every day. It is what it is. I don't know why. That's
Today, washcloth for
Washcloths
Gregory.
now.
That's what we're doing. Last one I got for you. I am curious because you and I we're all kind of roughly the same age. I remember being a senior in high school, your freshman year at Ohio State, watch you get to the national title game and all that. I've always wanted to know, do you remember what size shorts you wore at Ohio State?
They were 2X, but at that time, I think Nike was trying to recreate the Mellow shorts.
Yeah.
So the 2X was like a 4X
Yep.
and win.
Yeah. You ever look back at those photos
You're
and go,
swimming in those things,
you ever
man.
look back at those photos
Oh,
and go,
yeah,
damn.
it was the tight upper one and
Yes.
then the big old shorts.
Yeah.
Yes, I remember.
Those things were massive.
Look,
man.
I know everybody's careers are different lengths. Is it not nuts to you to still see your buddy Mike Conley out there in the playoffs right now playing basketball? That's nuts to me.
What you talking about? I was cheering my butt off last night.
Oh, I
But
know.
I'm gonna say this.
Just crazy still
So
playing.
with Chris Paul retiring, the oldest players in the league are LeBron James, Al Horford, Jeff Green, Mike Conley, and Kevin Durant. And my draft was me, Kevin Durant, Al Horford, Mike Conley, and Jeff Green. That
Oh,
was
yeah.
the
Those
top
7
five.
guys, yeah.
Yeah.
And just so you know, when I say it out loud, it hurts my feelings.
Yeah.
But you know what? I am so proud of those guys. I'm a fan of the game, and to see them guys still go out there and still do it at this level, I'm happy and I'm joyful and proud to see those guys still doing. I wish I could, but I think there was a bunch of knee surgeries that happened in Portland, Oregon.
Yeah, but you probably wish you could shoot
yeah,
threes.
that.
Could you shoot threes in this era?
I probably would start shooting threes, but like I keep on telling people, if you can't stop me from dunking, why am I shooting threes?
Amen, man.
That's a great point.
Amen. Look, I hope, this has been a really fun one for us as guys who grew up in Portland and remember, followed the team for a long time. I hope that you know, too, like what the city feels about you. And like, as we're watching messages come in during the interview, it's unanimous of like, man, tell Greg how much the city of Portland loves him and how many great memories that we had and some of the highlight dunks and the moments that this fan base will never forget. And so I know it wasn't the outcome that anybody wanted when it started, but I hope you know how much you still mean to the city, and whenever you come back, it's still a big deal, and you're going to be at the PDXYZ event August 5th through 7th as the keynote speaker. So always welcome back on the show anytime you want. I hope you know you're loved in Rip City and always will be, and thanks for the time this morning, man. We appreciate it.
Well, I just want to say I hope if you guys are around, come to the PDXYZ event in August. Just going to have some very candid, open conversations, and I hope people can come out and just support. But I love the city of Portland. I really appreciate the Portland Trailblazers. They literally changed my life, my family's life, and I'm forever grateful to them. And I appreciate you guys for having me. But I do like to say that, I'm not down of how everything went. I hate that I wasn't able to turn up for Portland like I really wanted to, but it's my only life. Like I can't be down about it. I don't look down or think it was a bad thing. I think it happened and I got to make the best of it. So I think when in everybody else's life, look at it like that as well. Like you can't control what somebody else does. All you can control is what's going on in your life. So make the best of it and be happy because if it's something that's bad, what you gonna do about it? Just cry? No. You got to wake up tomorrow too. So if it's bad, make the best of it. Smile. Yeah. Be the best. Make the best of any terrible situation because it's your only life. So.
And use a wash rag.
And use a wash rag. I love it. Amen. Greg,
100% wash your ass.
Enjoy the Derby, man. Thanks for the time. We appreciate it.
All right. Thank you so much.
All right. Former number 1 pick and Portland Trailblazer Greg Oden. What an interview. Honestly, I think a lot of fans, at least I did. Hopefully you did as well. Got some closure hearing, how well he's doing after all this time, because I know a lot of Blazers fans have the memories of Sam Bowie, or if you're younger, like me and weren't necessarily born when that happened, hearing the stories of, the great number 1 overall pick bust. Could have had Michael Jordan, what could have been the Blazers dynasty in the 80s into the 90s. But I like to see some success in life for these guys. And hearing Greg, which I would say is much different than Sam Bowie. Sam Bowie kind of poo-pooed on the Blazers later on and said, you know what, I don't care. I don't think about the fact that I'm a bust. I just can't. Greg Oden actually still lauded the Blazers, and even though that happened to him, he gives them the credit for changing his life. And it's just really nice to hear where his heart is and where he is as a person. Just love to see that. So Greg Oden, nice interview that he did with Dirt and Sprague. And it looks like that PDXYZ is coming up here in August. So you can still get to that if you want. But the guys right now down at the links at Langdon Farms for the Fan Golf Classic on a huge day. The NBA draft happening tonight. Giannis Antetokounmpo on the move, not to the Portland Trail Blazers. And the Blazers, at least according to a lot of fans, still need to make a couple of trades, and they still need a head coach. So we're going to get to more of that coming up. We're also going to have a nice best of segment the guys did with Adam Rittenberg, senior college football writer for ESPN, when we come back across the top of the hour. It's a best of edition of Dirt and Sprague. Schulte sitting in with you here on 105.1 The Fan and the Fan Sports Network.
The Fan's YouTube channel is taking off.
There's nothing you can do but throw your hands up and go, dude, that's impressive.
Dirt and Sprague, The Firm, Happy Hour, and Primetime. Streaming.
Whatever you need me to do, it don't matter. Well, you can tell everybody.
Happy Tuesday, everybody. Schultze sitting in with you for a best of edition of Dirt and Sprague here on 105.1 The Fan and the Fan Sports Network. The Fan Golf Classic happening at Langdon Farms right now. Thank you so much to all you listeners for selling out the morning and afternoon rounds. A busy day for y'all to go hang out with all of our personalities here at 105.1 The Fan and the Fan Sports Network. So excited to have you at least maybe on the course and listening as well, or on the course today with all of our hosts. And what a day for all the hosts to be gone. Giannis Antetokounmpo on the move officially on the eve of the NBA draft. I was saying it last hour. It's always a mixed bag when you got the NBA draft. Sometimes it's just quiet as hell leading up to and during the draft. I feel like especially when you're like hoping for big moves and expecting a lot of big moves, they just don't happen. And then on a year like this, I know we're expecting Giannis to be moved, but all of a sudden, just a cavalcade of news. We've got a couple of other trades happening in the last couple of days. We've got some announcements for signings. Trae Young staying with the Wizards. Ayo Dosunmu staying with the Timberwolves. Like all of this news starting to happen, and the Portland Trailblazers not involved in any of it. So we will stay monitoring the social media lines and anything on the internet as far as Blazers news. If we see something drop, we will let you guys know. Dirt and Sprague have the ability to chime in live from Langdon Farms today down at the Fan Golf Classic. So we are keeping an eye on things. No Blazers hire at head coach yet. No trade. Of course, the Giannis Antetokounmpo trade with the Miami Heat was a 1-for-1. There was no facilitator, so no Blazers trade in there to get Jaylen Brown or anything like that. Obviously, the Celtics not involved in this deal either. So, like I said, we'll keep an eye on any news that happens with the Blazers this morning. But this best of edition continues here on Dirt and Sprague on 105.1 The Fan and the Fan Sports Network. Next up, we've got Adam Rittenberg, a nice interview they did with the senior writer of college football for ESPN.
What in the world is going on in Lubbock, Texas? How is the Big 12 going to respond to this? And does Adam Rittenberg view this as another like speed bump in the road of college football, which we've certainly had a lot of, but we get over it and the ride continues? Or is this genuinely a, oh my God, that's a lightning rod, curve in the road moment where the sport was one way and now it's another way?
Yeah, good to be with you guys. I do think it's a big moment, but in the same vein, it's one that we could be looking back at in a few months and saying, well, nothing ended up happening. The Big 12 didn't sanction Texas Tech. The appeal of the NCAA to the injunction was denied, and let's start breaking down how Brendan Sorsby is going to help Texas Tech repeat as Big 12 champion. I mean, that's a very real possibility, given what happened earlier this week. I do think it's maybe most interesting to look at this on the parallel track of what's happening in Washington with the conversation about the bill that was introduced by the two senators, Cruz and Cantwell, which is, that conversation is continuing. And, it does help in some weird way to have an event like this to really get people's attention that maybe weren't as locked in on college football and all of its challenges like the three of us, and say, hey, we really need to get this moving to try to get to the finish line to allow the sport to govern itself better than it currently is. Where it ultimately goes with Sorsby, it's hard to forecast that. I did not think even in the state where you have friendly judges and certainly judges that are influenced by certain schools, that he would get this injunction, but he did. And now, Texas Tech, which it made very clear last night on its extensive video that it put out, they are fully supportive of Sorsby, dealing with what he's got to deal with, but also getting to the point where he can help this team in 2026.
Do you like the legislation they're proposing with Cantwell and Cruz? Do you like the Save, Protect College Sports Act?
I like certain elements of it for sure. I really think the biggest thing is, sort of this antitrust protection to avoid what what's essentially happened here is that, you went from a sport that was too controlled by the coaches and the schools to a sport that's now almost completely controlled by the players, their attorneys, and their agents. And that's not a sustainable model. You can't have a sport where you basically turned it over to those on the field and those that are representing them, because it's so individualized. There's no collective. There's no standards that we all abide by. Everybody kind of just does what they want, and it becomes an all politics is local situation where if you're unhappy, you just find a judge and then makes you happy. It's not a sustainable way to operate, and so I think that's an important element. I think having some type of limitations around transferring can be beneficial. Some type of standardization with agents and certification. Ultimately, the sport needs collective bargaining. It's pretty clear at this point. Will those schools and the NCAA ultimately go forward with that, or will we have some type of separation where the bigger conferences or whoever it is decide this is the only way we can go forward? Because again, if you have collective bargaining and you have the clear rules that the player side and the school side agrees on, then a rule is a rule. Right now, we don't have anything really that is enforceable, as was shown this week, and that's why there's such consternation and outcry about this injunction.
Yeah, we're talking with Adam Rittenberg of ESPN, senior college football writer for ESPN at ESPN Rittenberg on Twitter. It also just kind of sums up everything that sucks about it, because I think we're in tune for an awesome college football season. I'm going to get to your rankings about, future programs and where everybody kind of stacks up and all of that. And what is the thing that is dominating the headlines in the offseason? The idea about, antitrust, and can this guy who gambled on his own team continue to play because a judge in Lubbock, Texas said that he could. So to that point, Adam, I'm going to ask you. You got your rankings out, ESPN.com. You tweeted them out as well. Future college football rankings over the next 2 years. You have a new number one. So for our audience I'm just curious, what is the criteria that goes into kind of ranking this, and what was it about your new number one that made you put them number one?
Right. So this has been an interesting process. I've done this for more than 10 years. So I started doing this, and it was a 3-year projection, before the portal, before there was such widespread player movement. And you could really look at a team and say, okay, they've got a quarterback in place for the next couple of years. They're really doing well with their high school recruiting. They're not losing a lot of coaches. And so now you really look at everything. You look at how they're doing from a portal perspective, high school recruiting. I really place an emphasis on offensive and defensive line outlook. Are you a team that has a number of underclassmen on your lines of scrimmage that are able to come back for multiple years, or do you just have a track record of being able to reload on the O-line and D-line? How are you with staff retention? Are you a team that loses your coaches year after year, or do you keep them together, much like Indiana has in each of the last 2 years? And it's really tricky, right? It's really hard to forecast, beyond this season. But, I think that, again, if this was a 1-year projection, talking to you guys, Oregon would be higher than number 4. But I think the reason I had Notre Dame up top is because their overall trajectory from high school recruiting, way better than under Marcus Freeman than it was under Brian Kelly. They finally developed their own quarterback instead of going to the portal every year in C.J. Carr, who may go on to the NFL next year, but may come back for another year at Notre Dame. Wouldn't shock me if he did. They're an elite offensive line and defensive line program. They only took 7 transfers this year in the portal, but 5 of them are considered blue chip transfers according to our research team. So that's by far the best percentage in college among the Power 4 in college football. The wild card here is Marcus Freeman. If he goes to the NFL in a year, Notre Dame's outlook becomes very murky, and they're certainly not number one in next year's power rankings, but for now we're assuming he will be there multiple years, and that's why, again, Notre Dame gets the edge. It was really down to Notre Dame and Ohio State for me. Could certainly have gone with the Buckeyes, but actually the O-line and D-line play for me put Notre Dame over the top.
What's interesting is right now, Adam, there seems to be a wave of, not that coaches don't relocate, but like Dan Lanning's pretty loyal to Oregon. Look, all these coaches say what they say publicly. We know they live in different worlds privately, but he's been pretty open about, like, I have the best gig. I don't need to go anywhere else. We can do it here. Freeman's got a great setup at Ohio State. Notre Dame, excuse me. I'm just curious of some of these young coaches. You mentioned Freeman in the NFL. What do you hear about some of these guys in terms of you would pick one of them to say if they left college football, it would be for the NFL versus leaving for another program?
Right. I actually think those two are really good examples. I don't think Dan Lanning and Marcus Freeman are going to leave for other college jobs. I guess with Marcus, the unknown is Ohio State because he played there and he's from there, from the state of Ohio. But, again, given where Notre Dame is and Ohio State is, I don't think it's a huge gap like there had been for years and years. And that's not a knock against Ohio State. It's really a credit to what Notre Dame has done and what Marcus has done. And so I do think Marcus Freeman will be an NFL head coach. He's young enough. He can go do it. He can succeed and stay, or he can fail and he can come back and pretty much take any college job he wants. And then with Dan, I think he's been very clear that he's not looking to leave Oregon. If the Kansas City Chiefs come open, that might be the one. But he's also very much in play. So it's why Oregon will not be slipping down these rankings, I don't think, anytime soon, and more than likely will be moving up rather than down in the future because of Dan and because of the type of program that he's established there. But yeah, I think those are two really good examples of young, successful college coaches who I don't think are leaving for other college jobs, but could end up going to the NFL at some point.
Yeah, we're talking with Adam Rittenberg of ESPN, at ESPN Rittenberg on Twitter, senior college football writer for ESPN, going over his future outlook rankings, future power rankings through 2027 in college football. You can find that at ESPN.com and also on his Twitter account. There is something that's one of the interesting teams that I find, and I was like, the first thing that I kind of looked at was one, like, where's Oregon going to be? I'm just curious. In lists like this where people around the country have them ranked. The other one was Indiana, because you had Kurt Signetti in year one, turn Indiana into a respectable program, right, to win 10 games. Oh, my God, that's incredible. They hadn't done that forever. You had them ranked 20th last year. They then win the national championship. They go undefeated, the undisputed best team in the sport all season long. And you had them ranked number 7. And I was just curious of that, of like, because I'm also looking at this year and wondering, I know they're going to be good. Is it the Indiana of 2 years ago good? Are they a national are they at the Ohio State level of like that year in and year out? They're a championship contender, because I do think there's a gap there and a tier there where you can be good in a one-off where everything comes together, as opposed to the doing it year in and year out. You're one of the best teams in the sport. Why number 7 for Indiana, and what more evidence do you need in order to move them up higher on a list like this?
Right, yeah, they're a tricky team to rank, right? Because, again, they were the best team in the country last year. There was no doubt about it. Look at who they beat. Look at how they beat them. And they could certainly do it again. Now, they lost a lot of really good players to the NFL, and they lost a number of players who had been with Kurt Signetti and that staff at multiple spots. But this team has done everything it can to sustain its place among programs that have for years recruited at a higher level, spent more money on their coaching staff, on their players. They did really well in the portal again. They were able to get Josh Hoover as a successor to Fernando Mendoza, the Heisman Trophy winner. They're able to land a guy like Nick Marsh, who Notre Dame wanted, the wide receiver from Michigan State, able to help their defensive line, which lost some good players to the NFL. I really like their O-line and D-line outlook. And so, why are they 7 and not 1? They're still not recruiting anywhere near where Oregon and Ohio State, Notre Dame, and Georgia's, again, probably the most dominant recruiting operation year in and year out in college football, high school recruiting. And so that's probably where it needs to still elevate. But, hey, if they can continue to fill holes in the portal and develop players, I mean, there's still a number of guys, if you look at their two deep, especially those that held over from the previous staff, that are really good players but were not high-level recruits. And so that's what still is the next step there. But Indiana, you give them credit. They have done everything they can to give SIG a chance to keep this rolling, even though they are not like the others. I mean, yes, last year they won a national championship, but if you were to compare the history, how the programs are constructed, where they recruit from, and so forth, they're still an outlier in this group of the other top 10 teams. Those other top 10 teams, for the most part, are always going to be hovering around the top 10. Indiana is the one that has burst in here, and shoot, if they can follow it up with another playoff appearance, they're likely going to rise even further in next year's FPR.
The one thing we've talked about, despite all the circus around the sport with Sorsby and whatnot, is the 4th in the conference. And what we mean by that is when you look at the Big Ten, it is a team like you just mentioned and talked about, Indiana. It is Ohio State. Obviously, they're going nowhere. Oregon appears to not be moving. So we know, like, going into the season, our minds might be saying there's 3. Who is the 4th in the Big Ten for you this season? We know USC has a quarterback coming back this year, and Lincoln Riley's talking about now we have to be a playoff team. We know Michigan went the more kind of mature adult route of like, let's get our culture and our program back. Let's go Whittingham. We know Penn State hired Matt Campbell. When you look at the Big Ten, who is the fourth team in the Big Ten, according to Adam Rittenberg?
Yeah, it's probably one of those three, and I'm less bullish on Michigan just because I need to see it. I need to see how their passing game is. Their passing game has been really bad the last 2 years since they won the national championship back in 2023. Jason Beck is a really good offensive coordinator, but he's known more as a run-first guy. I mean, Utah had a top-5 offense last year running the ball. Michigan's going to run the ball. It may not matter if they can't throw the ball at a much higher rate. Penn State, to me, is really interesting, guys, because it's essentially Iowa State's roster with a few of the Penn State guys mixed in. Matt Campbell's a heck of a coach. Their schedule is quite favorable for year one, but I just don't know if they're a playoff team, like at the end of the day. USC's the one. USC's the one I really want to like. And there's a lot of evidence since they've been in the Big Ten, or since Lincoln has got there, rather, to suggest, don't buy into USC. They're going to blow it. Their schedule's really tough. But you look at their quarterback, who's excellent. One of the high QBR leaders last year, in Jaden Mayava. They'll find receivers. I'm not worried about that. Two really good running backs coming back. And then again, I'm a big line of scrimmage guy. Look at their offensive line. Everybody's coming back. Look at their defensive line. They didn't have to go out and get a bunch of transfers. This feels like a team that at least was built the right way to then take the next step. Now they've actually got to do it. And they've got to defend their home turf, where they have, Oregon and Ohio State coming in. They've got to go to Penn State. It's a really challenging schedule, even without Notre Dame. And USC's got to deliver. So, if it's not one of them, you can never write off Iowa. Iowa was really close to making the playoff last year. I know people don't want to hear that, but they really were. Oregon fans can attest, given how difficult that game was to win on the road. Maybe it's Iowa, maybe it's Washington rising up, maybe it's somebody that we're not really talking about. But USC, to me, is the most interesting fourth team in the Big Ten, because you can certainly make a case based on their roster and their quarterback, and even their head coach. I mean, Lincoln Riley told me this recently. It's not like he's forgotten what a playoff team looks like. The guy had playoff teams every year at Oklahoma, pretty much, and even though it hasn't gone well at USC, he still understands the ingredients it takes to get to that level.
Well, don't you know, Adam, they also have an AI coach now, right? They got a new AI guy on their staff. That's all we need right now to help put us over the top. Let me ask you this, because I do think you're hinting at something that makes the Big Ten really interesting, and that is, we know how top-heavy it is. There's been so many years where it's like, well, who's that next team from the middle of the pack? And really none of them have done it. I mean, Indiana, I should be fair. Indiana going from where they were to being at the top is obviously great, but then I feel like there's these same kind of Nebraska. Is this the year? 7-5. USC, here we go, 9-3. If I give you over or under 3.5 Big Ten teams in the playoff next year, would you take the over or the under?
I would probably take the over. I actually am pretty encouraged by the overall depth of the league. The fact that we're having these conversations, it'd be very surprising if, Penn State's one of those teams, for example. You can make a case for Penn State to make the playoff, even if they aren't that great of a team, because of their schedule. Yeah. They can get to 10 wins. And the 10 wins in the Big Ten is getting you in the playoff. And so whether it's USC, winning some big games at home, I think Ohio State is going to be fascinating this year because of how difficult their schedule is. They could be a team that we're looking at 9-3, and maybe the only Big Ten team that you could look at 9-3 and say, you know what, they still have to make the playoffs somehow. So I think it'll be 4. But it could be 3. I'd be surprised if it's less than 3. I think it's probably 3 or 4. I don't think the Big Ten is necessarily getting 5 or 6 teams or something like that crazy into the playoff. But again, who knows at Michigan? Maybe Kyle gets it right in year 1 and gets the most out of Bryce Underwood, and they beat Oklahoma in week 2, and then they're off to a special season because they certainly have the talent level and the coaching to get there. But I think it's going to be 4 with maybe Penn State as the 4th.
It felt great to talk actual football and not about can you gamble on your team. Should the Big 12 ban Texas Tech? It just we got a lot of issues in the sport right now. It feels good to talk about the actual sport. That's why the article was fun to read. Go check out his future power rankings, ESPN.com. He is senior college football writer for ESPN. Adam Rittenberg at ESPN Rittenberg on Twitter. We always appreciate the time. Hope the offseason is treating you well, and let's do it again soon.
I appreciate it. Thanks for having me, guys.
All right, great college football talk with Dirt and Sprague, having Adam Rittenberg from ESPN, senior college football writer, joining them. We're actually going to stick with the college football theme for the rest of the hour. ESPN's Bill Connolly coming up for a couple of segments in this best of edition of Dirt and Sprague, as the guys, along with the rest of the personalities at 105.1 The Fan and the Fan Sports Network, are at Langdon Farms for the Fan Golf Classic. So we're going to take it out to break, come back with some more college football talk, and of course we are watching the NBA news wires. Is anything going to happen regarding the Portland Trail Blazers today? Will they hire a head coach? Will they be involved in a trade, a Jaylen Brown to Portland trade? Honestly, a lot less likely, or almost no chance of happening now, unfortunately, since the Blazers are not going to be a facilitator in that Giannis Antetokounmpo trade. If you missed it, he is on the move to the Miami Heat, and we will spend just a tiny bit of time. There was a great article from Sports Illustrated talking about why this trade actually helps the Blazers draft picks, and they honestly could be the biggest winners out of everybody in this trade just because of value coming up with their pick swaps that they have with Milwaukee, and then the draft picks that they have that used to be Milwaukee's and Boston's as well. So that and more college football talk on the best of edition with Dirt and Sprague. Bill Connolly and a segment that they did with them coming up here on 105.1 The Fan and the Fan Sports Network.
Now, here's a quick look at Portland traffic.
I-5 northbound still pretty heavy as you approach I-4.
This is Dirt and Sprague on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
Hope you're enjoying your Tuesday out there. It's a best of edition of Dirt and Sprague. They are down at Langdon Farms for the Fan Golf Classic. Schultze sitting in with you until 10. Got a couple of other best of editions of some programming today. Of course, the Firm and Happy Hour and Prime Time all going to be at least airing, but the guys are out, and you can go hang out with them if you paid to participate in the Fan Golf Classic. We really appreciate everybody selling out the morning and afternoon rounds. So a lot of people having fun with all of our fan personalities at the Fan Golf Classic today. And been saying it all morning, what a day for them to be gone. No Blazers news to report on. If we do hear some Blazers news, we will have Dirt and Sprague check in live from Langdon Farms. We have a way for them to just get on the show immediately if we so need to. And we are watching any possible Blazers news. Will there be a trade? Will they hire a head coach? They are the only team in the NBA that has not hired a freaking head coach yet. And, after Tiago Splitter went to Chicago officially last week, saw a couple of reports that, maybe beyond the Boston assistant and then Minnesota assistant Micah Nori, beyond those two finalists, the Blazers might be re-expanding their coaching search. So who knows, man? Those finalist names, you always know that's not actually the Blazers putting that out. It's the agents of Micah Nori. It's the agent of the Boston assistant. It's like, all right, we know you guys want everybody to know that, the Blazers are looking at him, but we really don't know exactly where they're going as their next head coach yet. So we're watching that. We're seeing hopefully some news that's going to be breaking today. Blazers fans, just like me, wanting to know who's going to be on the sidelines. I know a lot of people will disagree with me, but I still have hope that Terry Stotts will be hired. All right, that's my dark horse, especially with all this crazy stuff happened in the last couple of weeks with all the names being thrown out there, and now down to a couple of names. All of a sudden the search is re-expanding. So, there's still a lot to talk about regarding the Blazers coaching search, and I know Dirt and Sprague and the rest of the guys will be back the rest of the week, starting tomorrow, talking about that. But, of course, we are watching for any Blazers news. The Giannis trade did happen, and while the guys are down at Langdon Farms for the Fan Golf Classic, we've got a nice best of edition that we have prepared for you. Bill Connolly, ESPN college football writer, keeping with the college football theme, joined the guys recently. Let's hear what he had to say for the next couple of segments. Great takes from him on the upcoming season.
Let's bring him on now. Bill Connolly, our great friend, ESPN writer, the man behind SP Plus.
SEC Honk is what he is.
SEC Honk, Bill Connolly. That's what they call him on the streets, at ESPN_Bill C. There's rumors he's going to add an SEC in there.
Yeah.
We'll have to wait and see on that front. Bill, good morning to you. Did you ever think you'd live long enough to become just a diehard SEC ESPN shill?
Yeah, I think the number of negative things I've said about Greg Sankey through the years, you like to think that kind of gives you some clout, but every new thing you write is a new opportunity to be seen as the villain, I guess.
Did you think when you wrote the piece, because it's incredibly detailed,
Yes.
and I enjoyed it, did you think when you wrote it and published it that the reaction that you would get from a vast majority of college football fans?
Well, I think it's my own fault for putting it on social media. If I just avoided that part, it would have been fine. I would have just lived in my little bubble. But once you put it out into social media and you express an opinion, this is a time when that's not allowed to stand.
Right.
There will be pushback.
So let's get into it, Bill. So you put out a piece, and I love the 2014 college football playoff is the AI of college football. We didn't ask for it. We're told it's inevitable despite huge unknowns.
Very well put, by the way.
Very well put, because it does seem like this is a train that's barreling down the tracks, and we're nobody can get out of the way. It's coming. And to your point, online right now, and we have this in a lot of regards in life, of this is either the thing that is desperately needed in college football, according to some, and if you don't think so, you're an idiot or a shill for a conference, or it's the worst thing imaginable. There doesn't seem to be a lot of middle ground. So as you dove into this, what did you find, and what are the concerns, and why do you make the comparison to AI and what we're dealing with in real life right now?
Well, it's funny. For whatever reason, for years we went by, as soon as 12 came out, as soon as we got a 12-team playoff, it was easy to assume that 16 was on the horizon, even though 12 has turned out to be a great number, even better than I really anticipated, and we didn't even see the best version of it back when, we had a Pac-12 and a full Pac-12 that was a power conference. I guess I have to clarify, but when we had 5 power conferences, the whole 6 conference champion, 6 at large thing, that would have been even better than what we currently have. But it's still really good. It's a good cutoff. It flows nicely from the first round to the quarters and all that. So I've been really happy with it. I have still just been under the assumption that we're moving to 16 for a while, but every single time it looks like consensus is growing in that regard. We throw in some weird things like auto bids, and Big Ten's going to get 4. We're just going to turn the whole thing into an invitational kind of deal, and all those extra ideas have been terrible. And now we've moved on to the next big idea, which is 24 with no auto bids. I guess 1 spot reserved for the G5 or G6, and by the way, the number 2 team in the G6 is going to be 25th every single year from this point forward if we get this system. But that's, this is, and now we've moved on to this, and it's pretty mind blowing. And it is as many negative things as I've said about Greg Sankey, as many negative things as I said in that piece talking about financial inequality and everything else. He's kind of the one. He's the one person kind of standing up to this right now, and hopefully he keeps doing so.
Well, we know Jim Phillips is all in. Notre Dame's AD is all in. We know Yormark is all in because, these are going to benefit their conferences as well. But it feels like it's boiling down to Petitti versus Sankey. And I said this a couple shows ago, and I don't know if you agree with this or maybe I'm just not viewing it through the right lens. There's, in a weird way, like that dude, it felt like anytime he talked, that was the gospel. The sport was basically being run because they had the 14 years in a row of winning the title, and they were largely always the favorites going into every season. And they still are looked at that way. But because you've had 3 straight title winners be from Petitti's conference, in a weird way, it feels like it's the old guard hanging on, fighting the new wave in a weird way. And I don't know if I'm misinterpreting that, but do you view this as like a Petitti versus Sankey, a power of the wills, and where would you lean of who's going to win this one ultimately?
Yeah, I think, it's certainly been a lot of that. And I don't know if that's been driven by the Big Ten winning titles or whether it's just Fox basically saying we want to have a bigger stake in the playoffs, so we need to grow the playoff or whatever it is. Wherever that started, it's clear that a few years ago when Petitti was new, it was basically Sankey and Petitti having kind of a unified front where Sankey got to do all the talking. And now Petitti has kind of pushed himself out there a little bit and created a bunch of mostly terrible ideas. I got to say, I've hated basically all the ideas he's come up with, even though I'm not predestined to gravitate towards whatever Sankey says. I usually push back on Sankey the most, but I hated the auto bids idea. I guess really the speed that this has taken on over the last few months has been the worst part to me because playoffs never get smaller. This is how I ended the piece. Like, we never shrink playoffs in any sport, at any level, in any way. And if once we go to 24, it's always going to be 24. And we haven't even figured out how to pull off a 4-round playoff yet that doesn't end before Inauguration Day. And we're talking about ditching conference title games, which have been kind of like one of the main gravitational forces for the last 30 years. And we're doing that in part just to pay for a bigger, that's why we need a bigger playoff, because we're paying for getting rid of these other games. And it just seems like there are a lot of things we need to solve before we go to a 5th round. So even if 24 is inevitable, if you're going to expand, just go to 16, figure out the schedule, figure out what to do with conference titles, because I got to say, you want to kill some of the drama of just kind of the home stretch of the season, not having those title stakes. I realize playoff is the biggest thing in the world, but not having those title stakes and ended up with like 4-way ties in conferences or whatever takes away one of the sources of drama for most conferences. And that feels like a huge thing to me that we're just kind of glossing over in the name of a 5th round for a playoff.
Now, I want to say from the start of this, I'm more pro 16, and I just think 24 is going to happen. So I'm sitting as a sports fan who thinks it's inevitable, and we've been driving towards conference elimination or conference title games being eliminated, it feels like, for a couple seasons. My counter to you on that, because I think that's a very valid point. Lanning basically talked about this at the spring media days of, like, it's not going to kill the end of the regular season, at least for guys like him, because he's going to want the 1 seed. He's going to want the 2 seed, because when you get to 24, you're going to get an easier path than even you have in the 12. And the 12 has been incredibly difficult for the bye teams. The second thing I'd say is does it feel like outside of, I know Indiana did it, but you have a little bit of evidence too here where you play those conference title games and other teams get a break. And I don't know if it really benefits. Do fans really feel like there's a benefit to winning a conference championship and playing that extra game? Do Duck fans feel great? That was a great season to go undefeated and win the Big Ten. and then they got absolutely pummeled by Ohio State, who didn't finish the season good. So I think I agree with your take, but I can see the other side of the argument of, are we benefited from it, basically?
Well, yeah, and I think basically, and the point I tried to make in there was that we don't hate conference championship. The conference championship itself isn't a drawback. It's the 13th game that's the drawback.
Yes.
Carson Beck getting hurt in the SEC championship 2 years ago, Gunnar Stockton having to start in the playoffs. That is absolutely unfair. And the CFP committee obviously has no idea how to handle teams that lose in conference title games. Bama got destroyed and still got in. And so, to me, the issue isn't getting rid of title games. It's getting rid of the 13th game and making the title game the 12th game. And I think there are ways to do that. The Big Ten in 2020, just so I can point out that the Big Ten has had good ideas. Big Ten in 2020, when they came up with their idea of kind of that final flex week where the two division champions play, but then number 2 plays number 2 and 3 plays 3, and you have a full week of games. I think that kind of shined a light on how this could work. The Pac-12's flex week idea for this coming season shines a light on how things could work, but it seems like it's not a punishment to play for a conference title. And I think outside of like Ohio State, Georgia, Alabama, and a few other fan bases, winning the conference title is a huge deal. Like obviously Indiana going on to win the national title was even bigger, but beating Ohio State and Indy was a humongous deal for them. Yes. Back when they didn't really know if they were going to win the national title or not. So I would say it's still a really big deal. I just think we can get a little creative here, pair everybody off for the last week of conference play, and get to the playoff with everybody having played 12 games, but actually also having still had a conference title race.
That's Bill Connolly, ESPN college football writer, joining Dirt and Sprague on our best of edition for the Fan Golf Classic. The guys down at Langdon Farms, of course, still monitoring any news, anything happening with the Portland Trailblazers. We will break in to our best of. Dirt and Sprague have the ability to join us live from the links, but no trades to announce yet, no Blazers coaching hire to announce yet. We are watching those lines. Promise you we will let you know as soon as we hear anything. But we will continue this conversation they're having with Bill Connolly on this best of edition of Dirt and Sprague. Schultze sitting in with you here on 105.1 The Fan and the Fan Sports Network.
The Fan is live on YouTube. 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
What's up, sports fans? A best of edition of Dirt and Sprague here on 105.1 The Fan and the Fan Sports Network. It's the Fan Golf Classic. That means all of our personalities are down at Langdon Farms, so we got a best of edition of all our shows here on 105.1 The Fan and the Fan Sports Network. Been saying it all morning. No Blazers news to report yet, but we will get the guys on if there happens to be something that breaks regarding a trade or the Blazers hiring a freaking head coach. The only team in the NBA still not to hire one. Although, I'm not sure I'm as mad about that as maybe some other people. Of course, there's other coaches that are being snapped up, but I don't know how involved Tom Dundon is in the process. He did just win a Stanley Cup, with Carolina Hurricanes. So he knows how to be successful, at least in one league. We'll see if that can translate to the NBA. But like I said, we are watching for any news regarding the Portland Trail Blazers all morning here on the Fan Sports Network. Let's get you back into this best of segment, though, with Dirt and Sprague, talking to Bill Connolly, ESPN college football writer. And this interview really, really funny and helping preview at least the next couple of seasons in college football and how maybe the college football playoff and our current bowl system as it exists now is going to go before it disappears. Take a listen.
We're talking with Bill Connolly, ESPN college football writer, SP Plus, at ESPN_Bill C on Twitter. You can go give him a follow there, where he is posted, and be nice in the comments, okay? Everybody's free to have whatever opinion they have, no matter what yours is. His thoughts on the 2014 college football playoff. I don't really know where I land on this yet, Bill. I certainly understand both sides of the argument here. I'm terrified of what it does to, as an Oregon alum, I'm worried what it does to me as a fan in the regular season. Not that I'm just going to, willy-nilly, they lost the game, who cares? But the stretch run this year is a great example for Oregon, where they lose that game to Indiana. Then they had that closing stretch of Iowa, USC, and Washington. And there was a thought of man, if they lose one of these games, 10-2, we would have thought would have been an easy, they're guaranteed in the playoff. And then Penn State cratered. Yeah. So it's what's their big win? So it's there was a lot riding on every single week. And in a 24-team field, that's just not the case. Not that I'm okay losing games. Yeah. I've also heard the argument. I'm curious your thoughts on this. So I've seen people make the argument that back in the day in college football, I sound like a fuddy-duddy, for a lot of programs, 8-4 and 9-3 used to be, for some, a really good year. You go 9-3, you get to a Outback Bowl or a Holiday Bowl or whatever it might be, and it's everybody goes and plays in the game. A lot of fans travel to the game, and it's a send-off and a great way to end your season in a celebratory fashion because we didn't have this playoff or bust mentality. And now, I'll use Virginia as an example. Virginia was in the ACC title game, I believe, right? I think they were in first place in the ACC.
Lost to Duke.
Right, they lose to Duke. I can't even tell you what bowl game I have no idea what bowl game they played in and who played in the bowl game, and I can't tell you at all. And had they been in a 2014 playoff, it's more of a fulfilling back end. So I'm just curious what your argument is to that of, it's certainly not going to benefit the biggest of the big in the sport, but does it benefit the others who used to have that pathway or an off-ramp to say, that was a good year, 8-4, let's go to the Outback Bowl, to now it's, hey, we went 8-4 and we made the college football playoff?
Well, as a Missouri guy, I can tell you that Virginia beat Missouri in a bowl.
There you go.
Don't ask me. Don't ask me what it was called. I watched the game. I don't remember which bowl it was. It really is. I mean, that's kind of the bowl situation right now. Yeah. It is. I absolutely see that point. And even, when anytime I find myself pushing against what might be seen by somebody as progress or, siding with Greg Sankey, I step back and I kind of test myself a little bit. Am I just being, the old man yelling at cloud here, or am I actually, or do I feel like I still have a point? And so I went back through last year's rivalry week, which would have been the playoff decider week. And absolutely, Virginia Tech would have been massive. That would have had added value for Virginia. They would have clinched the ACC title. Right. They would have been one of only 3 solo champions last year. But we would have seen a fun field rush, assuming they didn't clam up against Virginia Tech like they proceeded to clam up against Duke the next week in the ACC title game. They would have won that game and rushed the field, and it would have been a great environment for them. Arizona would have beaten Arizona State and basically taken Arizona State's playoff bid, so that would have been fun. And so you enhance 2 games But then Michigan loses by 18 to Ohio State and still gets in easily.
Right.
Alabama isn't in a win and you're in game against Auburn. They blow a big lead, they win, fine. They're more likely to get they might get a bye and they get a home game in the playoff anyway. Oklahoma doesn't have to beat LSU to clinch a spot. Vanderbilt and Texas are in, and there are really no stakes there whether they win or lose against Tennessee and Texas A&M.
Sure.
So we're basically enhancing 2 or 3 games and kind of devaluing 5 or 6, and it just feels like that's all the things the critics said 10 years ago about a playoff will ruin this, it'll destroy the integrity of the regular season, all these things, they weren't right, and I said they weren't right. Starts to feel like they start to become right. At some point there's a line there where the value we're adding for some takes away more value for other games, and it's tricky. I know that the playoff has absolutely created that kind of mentality of that's all that matters. And so we're just kind of skipping forward to the end, I guess, with a 24-teamer.
Yeah.
But it does, the excess value of a given regular season, I think, gets diminished by 24 in a way that it didn't even come close to being diminished with 12.
By the way, that's the Tax Slayer Gator Ball, Virginia, Missouri, Bill. Come on now. And if we get the Pop-Tart...
Where a Missouri walk-on quarterback almost completed a touchdown pass to a walk-on receiver on the final play of the game to win, yeah.
I mean, look, if the Pop-Tart Bowl becomes a playoff game, I'm not upset by that development. I love that Pop-Tart Bowl. Final one on this topic for me, because I really enjoyed the piece. I think it's very well thought out. You go through all the scenarios and different kind of narrative-based things. Also, we know why coaches are pro-it. They all want to protect their jobs and never get fired. Like, I've been 9-3 every year. I'm making the playoffs.
5 years in a row in the playoffs. You can't fire me.
Come on now. What are we doing here? It sounds like what you said earlier. Now, from the Oregon State Pac-12 Group of 6 point of view here, it sounds like you think that if they go to 24, they have less opportunity, to which I just watched 2 Group of 6 schools make the 12 team. So I think for other schools like Oregon State and Boise State and all them, it feels like there might be more opportunity to have a couple more schools in this dance. You think that would not be the case if they expand to 24?
I don't have even 1% faith in the college football playoff committee to make that happen. I think, in the scenario that I was painting, I kind of laid out how a 24-teamer would have worked last year, and North Texas would have been number 24 after rivalry week. I can pretty much guarantee that that's Tennessee and not North Texas. Just because the committee I have zero faith in the committee. So if we want to go to a formula, where these things are kind of decided on a more objective fashion, then I think that becomes a point in the favor of mid-majors in general. And honestly, I'm pretty easy. Like, if you give me every conference champion in the field, expand it to 28 if you have to do this, put every conference champion in the field, and actually give some money to conferences that aren't the ACC or the Big Ten and SEC in terms of all this new money that the playoff has created. They hoard all of it.
Right.
So if we actually distribute it to everybody and let every conference champion in the field, suddenly I am the biggest expanded playoff proponent in existence, because that feels like a fair trade to me, but not stipulating that mid-major champions are going to get bids. I think it can be too easily manipulated in ways we've seen before. They've been manipulated out of higher rankings before, and I just don't have any faith that would change here.
Yeah. Other than being on the take from Greg Sankey, how's your off-season going? You having a good off-season?
Oh, very soccer heavy. Going to another U.S. friendly here shortly, so I'm going to be out of the football world for a little while with the World Cup. That doesn't seem like a terrible place to be right now. So, although it's one terrible world for another, I guess. But it's,
true.
I'll say if you can afford to be in that world.
Are you going to World Cup games, Bill?
I don't have my schedule yet, but yes. Okay. I don't know if it's 2 or 4 or 28 or whatever, but I will be at World Cup games at some point. We're still waiting on approval on that.
Random bone to throw at you then. We'll get you out on this one. From football to football, your shocking development news that Pep is leaving Man City after all of these years.
Well, it was the worst kept secret in the world over the last year, but yeah, it is. He was an era definer in a way that very few coaches in any sport can be. Like the style he kind of implemented at Barcelona became the default rich team style for the next 20 years, basically, or almost 20 years. And so his impact is pretty wild. And he might go out as a as a Premier League champion if Arsenal blinks here at the end.
There you go. Great stuff. From football to football, one of our favorites, Bill Connolly, ESPN college football writer, SP+, at ESPN_ Bill C on Twitter. Go give him a follow, and his latest piece on the 2014 playoff is worth the read. No matter your opinion, you can find it on his Twitter account and at ESPN.com. Thanks for the time, Bill. I'm sure we'll catch up again at some point this offseason. Enjoy all the football in the meantime, and thanks as always for hopping on the show.
Absolutely. Take care.
There you go. Bill Connolly of ESPN. A lot of people in the comments not happy with old Bill Connolly because this has become a very divisive topic.
Well, Lanning talked about it. I thought Lanning, and look, I think we've made this opinion or given this opinion already. Lanning kind of echoed something we've said.
Yeah, so we'll tell you what Lanning had to say because they're at the Big Ten Spring Media Days. He shared his sentiment. Ryan Day shared his sentiment. Now they're doing that because they're following the marching orders of their commissioner, who certainly wants this, or because they actually want it. That's a question for another day. But what did a couple of Big Ten coaches have to say about this? Also, one coach backing, or doubling down, I should say. The window is open. The time is now. Next on The Fan.
Yeah, we love our college sports, but they're a mess right now. I think that's what's become very obvious just talking, at least replaying those interviews with Greg Oden and now with Bill Connolly from ESPN, college football writer. Really on it there. Good stuff from him. All right, we got to get out to break. We are still monitoring if the Blazers do anything this morning as far as making a trade or hiring a head coach. We will let you know as soon as that happens and get Dirt and Sprague live from the course. It's the Fan Golf Classic, so we got a best of edition of Dirt and Sprague here on 105.1 The Fan and the Fan Sports Network.
The biggest questions of the day.
Would he be our best player?
Or not.
It's vanilla.
Oh, slightly.
Get out of here.
Stop.
Get out of here.
Vanilla ice cream brings nothing to your life.
Dirt and Sprague bring the polls, and you give the answers.
What the hell did I miss?
Your neighborhood restaurant.
Happy Tuesday, sports fans. It's a best of edition of Dirt and Sprague here on 105.1 The Fan and the Fan Sports Network. It is the Fan Golf Classic happening, as it always does every year, down at Langdon Farms on this beautiful Tuesday. It's going to be a hot one, so make sure if you are on the course today, everybody does love to enjoy a couple of cold ones, maybe a transfusion or two, but bring the water. If you're out there golfing with our personalities down at Langdon Farms. And we, because of that, have a best of edition of Dirt and Sprague and the rest of our shows here on the Fan Sports Network. A hell of a day for it to happen. It just kind of works out this way, you know, not really able to plan when news happens. But last night, Giannis Antetokounmpo officially on the move from the Milwaukee Bucks to not the Boston Celtics, not the Portland Trail Blazers, but the Miami Heat. It is a 1-for-1 deal as far as teams goes. No facilitator, so the Blazers not involved in that. So we're going to get into a little bit of why I think the Blazers are going to be benefiting here in the last hour of the show. We'll just spend a couple of minutes on, you know, how much more value their draft picks have come the next 3 seasons. I think that's going to help them a ton. Great article by Sports Illustrated pointing that out. But in this best of edition, a lot of great content to get to for Dirt and Sprague. And speaking of the Blazers, we have the Oregonians' Bill Oram, a nice segment that they did with him back on May 29th. Let's hear what they had to say to Bill Oram here on a best of edition of Dirt and Sprague here on the Fan Sports Network.
Bill, good morning. How has life been for you, Mr. Travel Around the World?
I've been doing really, really well. I've got some hot coffee here in front of me. I think the sun's going to peek out here a little bit later. Good weekend ahead. Baseball, basketball, sports.
Okay. Nice coffee. Just going to keep not rescheduling our coffee date, or what are we doing there? It's been a little awkward here.
Well, we schedule coffee and then you say insulting things, and so then I have to take a break from you for a while.
Whoa, hold on. No, a challenge flag. What did I say that could possibly be insulting? I did not name you, by the way. Of the 2 people on the show, my co-host is out. I am not the one that named you Mr. Move the Team. My co-host did that because you keep telling us that we're losing our team and you're scaring the living hell out of people.
Well, maybe eventually having the living hell scared out of you will move people to understand what is actually happening rather than burying their heads in the sand about it. But, I mean, that's up to you. I mean, if I have to be Mr. Move the Team and I have to be the boogeyman or the bad guy on this, so be it. But I'm not going to sit on credible information of what's happening.
Yeah,
I have a job to do.
I think it's very interesting, that situation between the city council, because we know they're going to get the funding in one end, and I read your Q&A with Dundon, which was really good, and here's where I sit with it, is like he is just in no way indicated, even like in a weird answer way, that relocation is a possibility. I don't even think he's panicked about it. I think he feels he's going to get the funding, so it's not really much of a story for him. And I understand your side of it, what you're saying with certain city council members. You've gotten into it. They've called you out. But ultimately, like, the pressure and the real movers and shakers in the state, they're going to make them give the money. Like, I don't know if I'm in the camp of, like, worried about it.
Okay.
Oh, that's it? You are? You're still worried about it?
Why would I have spent the last 4 months of my life, Brandon? Like, why would I be using my platform and my voice and spending time on my career and using my credibility to say that this is a real concern if it was BS? Like, why would I do that?
Well, I don't think you would BS. I think you're reporting what you're hearing.
Like, who do you think I am? There is genuine fear at the top of every pillar of government, the state, the city, the county, that this deal could not get done. And then the question is, if the deal doesn't get done, what is the consequence of that? Those are the only 2 questions. Is the deal going to get done? And if it doesn't, what happens? Is the deal going to get done? I do not know. I don't have the same confidence you do. Because I've talked to so many people about this, and there's absolutely no person in who actually has any influence or power who expresses the same level of casual confidence that you just did. Not one person in the city of Portland or state of Oregon who operates in City Hall, Multnomah County, or the state of Oregon. It doesn't exist because the votes aren't there right now. And that doesn't mean that they won't come. Mm-hmm. They could, but they're not there right now. And you have a really tight timeline where this needs to happen in the next couple of months. or a lot of things start happening where you don't get the funding in time to do renovations for next summer. So the timeline is blown. You already have Tom Dundon having been rejected by the city of Portland once, and a clear path for him to say, we tried, they didn't want us, now we have to see what else is out there. Like that is the path that I see happening. The fact that Tom Dundon hasn't directly threatened relocation is so what? Like by the time that he says something that threatens relocation, it's too late. You don't think he said anything that nodded or winked at it? How about when he said in the Q&A that you read, when he was asked if when I asked him about city councilors, wanting to make changes on what he views as a done deal, and he said, well, if they want to make changes, we're going to have to take a step back and look at the whole thing. Like, what does that indicate to you? That's not just oh, we'll take a look what they say and we'll consider it. No, it's like if you want to ask for more from us in this arrangement, we have to consider the whole thing and what we're actually doing here, is what he's saying. And that concerns me. That should be scary, because as soon as he takes a step back and starts looking at whether or not the deal is one that he likes in total at all, there's a much better chance of it falling through. And if this deal falls through, then everything is on the table.
So I guess the follow-up to that is somebody that read the Q&A. I read that quote, and I guess my interpretation, and maybe this comes from a reader's standpoint of how I feel, and I'm already projecting my emotion into the response. I didn't read it in the same tenor that you just walked it through there, because I think the tough part is if I myself personally am not concerned or not there yet, I'm reading that as like a negotiator who's hearing, oh, okay, we have to renegotiate. And I'm not there. I'm not talking to him. You are. Are you getting any sense? What is he like when he's talking about this? Is he calm? Is he measured? Are you getting a sense of a little FU energy? Because I think that's the tough part from my perspective is I read it and I'm like, oh, okay, but I'm not the one that's talking in front of him or on the phone or whatever it was. And so I'm more kind of curious from your point of view, when you've talked to him about this, how it kind of feels from his end when he's answering some of these questions.
Well, I think there's a frustration. I think there's a frustration on the part of, everybody on his side of the deal. I think there was an expectation, from the Blazers and what this new ownership group was expecting when they bought the team, that this was going to be more or less a buttoned up arrangement by the time the team was bought or by the time the deal closed in March. The state obviously took care of its piece, and that is the big piece of the $600 million package. The $365 million that the state procured. The city and county are on the hook for the other $200+ million. And so I think the expectation was that once the state took care of its piece, the city and the county were going to be shortly behind. So the fact that this is still being discussed in the terms that it's being discussed, I think is really frustrating and causing some alarm within ownership and within the people who've been negotiating on behalf of the Trailblazers.
Gotcha.
I think the way that they view this is the city council obviously has a say in this. I mean, that's the way local government is designed. But there was the way that this arena deal was sort of constructed was the mayor's office, the governor's office, the county commission, and the Blazers came together and said, this is a deal that everybody can get behind. But then of course that needs to, the governor had to essentially take that to the legislature. The mayor has to take that to the city council, and the county commission president has to take it to the county commission. And everybody has to kind of take care of their own house in that sense. And the city and the county are both a little up in the air right now, but the city is kind of where the focus is at the moment. But I think the city council is looking at this as though this is the very beginning of the process. And this is something that has been discussed by the Blazers with the mayor's office, with the city since before Keith Wilson was mayor in a former charter. So this has been something that has been hammered out over a significant amount of time and gotten to this point now where the city council should scrutinize the deal and should have questions and should look at it closely. But the framework more or less is the framework. And so there are questions to be had about, the actual details of the lease. But the first step is, how are you going to pay for this arena if a lease is negotiated? And that is the piece that I think people are getting hung up on now. And I guess for me, the way I look at this, like, I think the Blazers and Moda Center are a huge community asset. I think Moda Center needs to be a modern building that attracts events, whether the Blazers are here or not. So you might as well take care of it while the Blazers are here. But I think even beyond that, it just is, this is a $600 million project. The building is owned by the city. And, once this whole thing is completed, the state will have an ownership piece as well. The city is not being asked to carry the load here. The city is being asked to pay, a less than a third of the upfront renovation cost, even though the city is the one that owns the building. I think the city is, I know that this is not going to be a popular opinion with certain people, but I think the city is actually getting a good deal here. Most of the arena renovation is being paid by the income taxes of players, in terms of the state bonding, and then a lot of the city funding is taxed from the sale of the Blazers, and it's the fees on tickets that are collected on Blazer tickets. And for years and years and years, those fees have gone to fund other things in Portland. They have funded the renovation of Providence Park. They've funded renovation of other city-owned facilities. And what the construction of the deal as agreed to, or at least as proposed, is that those dollars that have been essentially made for the city on the backs of Moda Center and the Trailblazers for 30 years, instead now go back into the Moda Center. For years, they've been funding other projects around town. And, I don't want to sound like, I'm doing work for the Trailblazers here, but the reality is that, the Moda Center was privately owned for 30 years. Paul Allen paid for the maintenance, the operations, the ongoing cost of the building. The city paid like $40 million of the original cost of the building. That was for some parking. Otherwise, it was privately paid for and privately financed by Paul Allen and privately maintained for those 30 years. So the city got a extremely good deal for the first 30 years because they didn't have to pay for it. And now I think, when this was sort of the way it was arranged in the original decision to sell the building back to the city for $1, like, the city didn't get hoodwinked on that. The city knew what it was doing. And the mindset around the city at the time was sort of, it's our turn. It's our turn to take over the cost and operation of this building. So that was sort of the aspiration of this in the first place. And that's where we are now, where it's like, if it's your turn, then this is how you do it.
Hey, Bill, it's Swag. I'm curious, the women's Final Four is coming in 2030, and I know part of that deal, there were some upgrades that had to be made separate from the Blazers. Is that being taken care of by what is in this proposal? Or if the thing falls apart completely, what is the city or state still on the hook for in terms of improvements for that 2030 Final Four?
Yeah, it's such a great question, Swag. Thanks for bringing that up. So my understanding is that the 2030 Final Four was not awarded on the condition of an upgraded Moda Center. It wasn't a requirement, but an upgraded Moda Center was part of the pitch that Sport Oregon and the Trailblazers made when they, Rip City Management, I guess I should say, made when they bid on the 2030 Final Four. And that event is corresponds with the timeline of the renovations. If they were to do the renovations over the 3 summers as proposed, the building would be done in the summer of 2029, and the 2030 Women's Final Four would be sort of this event, this showcase event for Portland, this global event for a renovated Moda Center, but to put the city on display. And I think the idea was, Portland's back. And so if you don't renovate Moda Center and the Blazers aren't here, let's say, right, doomsday scenario, you still have the Women's Final Four, but what you lose is the juice of a sort of, being able to put your best foot forward as a city and as a venue. So you still have the Women's Final Four in 2030, but are you going to get other events? Are you going to get a WNBA All-Star game? Are you going to get an NBA All-Star game? Certainly not if the Blazers are here. But I think that, that the design of this was for that event that you're talking about to be sort of the on-ramp to more great things for Portland. And I think that if Portland falls short of being able to deliver on that, it becomes much more of a standalone event that doesn't have that same, accelerating force for the city and through sports and events.
Bill Orm, our guest here, OregonLive.com is where you can find all his good work. He's getting ready. We got a Eugene Regional. We got local teams attached to this one, which is very unique in its own right. I want to ask you about that. One more. I read the piece on how the Hurricanes fans feel about Tom Dunn and how completely opposite it feels. We've noted as a show, like, some of the stuff and the narrative-based stuff with him being cheap, it ain't great optics, but, like, we haven't overreacted on our show because I don't really have a lot to overreact to. I didn't really care about the T-shirt thing. We've seen staff cuts with new ownership groups before. I know that's a sensitive subject for some, but I haven't seen a whole lot, and we should allow a guy a little more time than to be jumping down his neck. We haven't even had a coach hire yet. What, I guess, of the stuff, and you had a really good piece on it, but, like, what just surprises you the most of being in a city who feels one way about Dundon versus the ecosystem you are in here locally and how he's been written and talked about?
Yeah, I think that what was most striking was the lack of focus on ownership. You know, like, I mean, certainly people are aware of him and his reputation, but like, they're excited about the team on the ice. They're excited about, you know, they believe in the coach, they believe in the GM. They love the product, and so everything starts with, we have a great hockey team, and this is the guy who made sure that we have a great hockey team. You know, they don't care that the business operations of the Hurricanes is significantly smaller than most NHL teams and certainly NBA teams. There's an awareness, but not a focus. And I think that, that's the misfortune of the situation here is that, Dundon came in and those changes immediately became such a focus before, there's any chance for him to, like you said, do anything, right? Like, there hasn't been a single decision on the basketball side yet that impacts the future of this roster. And if the Blazers do somehow become make the playoffs 8 times in a year, or 8 times in a row, and they go to the Western Conference Finals 3 times in 4 years, like, people are going to be pretty excited about the team, and they're going to be a lot less concerned. But I do think that there is and I've said this elsewhere, I think, that this is a really challenging fit culturally. You have a really, hard-nosed, sort of presents as unempathetic, Texan billionaire who made his money, the ways he made his money. And then you're in Portland with feelings, for lack of a better term. Like, it's a really clunky fit. It's not a match you would draw up between city and team owner. And I think there's going to be some real growing pains there, and there have been. Raleigh, a little bit better fit. I mean, it's a really business friendly climate.
Yep.
It was a lot easier for him to get a deal done. I'm going to have another piece on that. I think he certainly has made his enemies along the way, but ultimately, I think that he's been seen as a really positive addition to the landscape in Raleigh, and we're just not there yet.
Final one for you, man, because we appreciate the time. I know it's a busy day. It's Angel Reese, Caitlin Clark Mania weekend in the WNBA locally. We've got the Eugene Regional about to first pitch in about a little less than 4 hours. We talked with Mike Parker earlier about that one. I'm just kind of curious. We had a Game 7 Saturday. I know it's not a local team, but it's still a Game 7. Just how you balance all the sports on our plate locally and then even from a national perspective.
Well, you left out the most important thing, which is is the Wells Guardians 3-4 lacrosse tournament this weekend.
Oh, that's my mistake.
That takes precedent in my life too.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
No, it's a lot, but it's a good problem to have. I'm going to make my way down to Eugene on the back end of the weekend, assuming this goes the way that I think we assume it's going to go. And I'm not going to miss Caitlin Clark at Moda Center tomorrow night. But also try to mix in some lacrosse, keep an eye on Game 7. Really curious to see if the Spurs are able to pull it off. I think that most people assume that the Thunder sneak through, but, having seen the Spurs up close against the Blazers and just feel like Wemby has just gotten stronger and stronger and stronger as the postseason has gone on. I think that Spurs team is an absolute juggernaut. I tweeted this last night, but I think that Dylan Harper is going to be a 10-time All-Star. And I just think that team is, if they're not in the finals this year, it's not going to be long. So I think we're kind of at a pretty exciting inflection point in the history of basketball, frankly. But it's going to be a really busy sports weekend, and I'm excited for it. Something to talk about, frankly, Brandon, other than Tom Dundon, which is welcome, because that has been obviously a dominant topic. And listen, it is an important topic, and you and I can disagree about what the eventual actual impact is, but but this is a really important moment for Portland, and how Portland handles this, and how Portland decides to move forward with the arena is going to say a lot about the city and our aspiration as a city and our ability to deliver in big moments.
I think that's where we would agree, no matter what your stance is, and you're far more sourced in reporting it than I just was giving you a thought as a longtime guy who's heard it before. I'm not quite there, but we would agree on this is a big moment for the city. They need to get their head out of their ass. They need to be kind of locked in and focused on how to make this whole relationship really good. So we would agree there. One of my best friends, my wife would probably categorize it as, how are you guys friends? It feels like you talk by arguing. And I would say that's largely right, but we do it from a loving perspective. And I think we are kind of forming a relationship where I'm an annoyance to you, but for some reason we still get along really well.
Okay.
There we go. He's great. OregonLive.com. Bill Oram, former co-host of the radio program. I don't know if it'll ever happen again, but it was great to talk with him. Go find his great work, OregonLive.com. Enjoy the lacrosse tournament, the Eugene Regional, the Caitlin Clark Mania. Thanks for hopping on with us. We look for more of the great work at OregonLive.com.
I look forward to couples therapy with you later this afternoon, Brandon.
Absolutely. It'll be delightful.
All right, there you have it. The Oregonians' Bill Oram has been the basically the main voice locally for any kind of worry or possibility that the Portland Trailblazers, after the sale to new owner Tom Dundon, could be moved. I've been in the camp, kind of like Sprague, and Dirt as well, honestly, that there's really not much of a chance. I mean, you go listen to, I think Steve Ballmer has kind of been making the rounds recently, talking about current Clippers owner, of course, back when he bought the Clippers. This was a while ago now, talking about wanting to move a team. This is how he approached Adam Silver initially. I want to buy a team and move it to Seattle in the NBA. And at that point, years ago, Commissioner Silver said, hey, we don't really move teams anymore. So I understand that there is legitimate fear about a deal not quite being done, and the city still needing to step up, the state still needing to step up, but I don't think it will ultimately end with Portland leaving. I just don't think the NBA will allow it to happen. I don't think Adam Silver will have that egg on his face again. I wasn't in the meeting. I wish I were a fly on the wall, but if I had to bet the house that I don't own, in that meeting when they were talking about the purchase, Tom Dundon with NBA executives along with Commissioner Adam Silver, there had to have been a mention about, hey, if you come in and you buy the Portland Trailblazers, it's the Portland Trailblazers. It's not going to be the Las Vegas whatevers. We're not going to, move you to some other Nashville whatevers. No, it's going to be the Portland Trailblazers. So I just overall don't really have much of a fear that that's going to happen. They won't be moved. I really think they're going to stay here, and the money will end up being given as it needs by the city and the state. All right, we got to get out to a break. More of this best of edition of Dirt and Sprague coming up. Of course, it is the Fan Golf Classic happening right now down at Langdon Farms. No Blazers news right now to report. They have not hired a head coach. They have not made a trade on the day of the NBA draft. If they do, we'll bring Dirt and Sprague live from Langdon Farms in to talk about it. But we'll get out to break and another best of segment with them talking soccer and how the USA has kind of jumped on the bandwagon during the World Cup. That's coming up next on a best of edition of Dirt and Sprague here on 105.1 The Fan and the Fan Sports Network.
Now, here's a quick look at Portland traffic.
I-5 northbound still pretty heavy as you approach I-405 all the way to the Interstate Bridge.
folks say that you found someone new to do the things I used to do for
This is Dirt and Sprague on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
Schultze sitting with you for this best of edition of Dirt and Sprague here on 105.1 The Fan. It is the Fan Golf Classic happening right now down at Langdon Farms. A heck of a day for it to be going on. We don't plan this. We didn't think that Giannis was going to get traded last night, but that is what happened. Giannis Antetokounmpo officially on the move to the Miami Heat and not a Portland Trailblazer, nor will the Blazers be a facilitator in that deal. Do have the return on it. It's quite a bit. We'll go over it once again really quickly. Just so many picks at this point. Of course, you heard in my update the players that they'll be getting Jaime Jaquez Jr., Tyler Hero, Kasparis Jonas. It actually reported from multiple sources that was kind of the hang-up on Miami's end, that Milwaukee was saying that Kasparis was a must-have in this deal. Miami kept balking, eventually included him. I think offered Davion Mitchell at first, but Milwaukee said, nope, they got to have Kasparis to make this deal happen. So him, Khalil Ware, Jaime Jaquez Jr., Hero, 3 first-rounders, including this year's, so that would be the 13th pick in tonight's draft, 2030 and 2032, a pick swap, and a second-round pick in 2033 as well. Bobby Portis heading to Miami in that deal. So those are the official workings of that trade. Nothing really becomes officially official until July 6th, but that is the news. Giannis headed to Miami. The Portland Trailblazers not a part of it, and Boston not going to be getting Giannis either. That means that the Blazers' chances at getting Jaylen Brown probably going away. But on top of the Blazers not being involved in a trade yet, we have not heard about a head coach hire as well. So we will break into this best of coverage if the Blazers do make a move. Dirt and Sprague are hanging out down at Langdon Farms. Just a beautiful morning for the Fan Golf Classic. Thank you once again to all of our listeners for selling it out. Morning and afternoon rounds all booked, but we are monitoring Blazers news, so we will let you know if anything happens. Continuing with this best of, though, of course, we are in the middle of the World Cup, and had a nice segment yesterday from the guys about the bandwagon that the United States fans are jumping on for this FIFA World Cup.
2 hours of the show has gone by, and we have not yet acknowledged the fact. Are you guys aware? We are now a superpower in soccer.
I've heard this.
We are here.
Undefeated.
We are loud. We are proud.
Yes.
And we're not going anywhere.
Damn right.
USA played on Friday. Now, you and I were golfing in the middle of it, but we were checking.
We were keeping up.
Checking on the scores. And then I heard so many things about the atmosphere that it was one of those, like, let's go back and watch as much of this as we can.
Yes.
Because the atmosphere sounded terrific and everybody was raving about how loud it was. And then you go back and watch and you're like, oh my God, that's like seismic activity level crowd noise. The game day like atmosphere that they had before the game, where the fans are out doing the
which is another good choice of just like kind of an Americanized thing that we like to do.
So the day goes great. We don't have our best player. We can get into that a little bit. And then we asked a question last week of all these other countries have chants and they have songs and they have, like, we don't really have a thing. We need a thing.
Wonderwall is England's post-match thing. They sing
win.
Wonderwall.
And the whole crowd gets into it. And so we asked, what is our thing? Are we going to have a song? We came up with Party in the USA on Friday, and I don't think it was that bad of an idea. Or Thursday it would have been. Not that bad of an idea. But then they won on Friday, and they told us, we've picked. I also love it sing-alongs like that when you can tell the pockets of the song that not everybody knows the words.
100%.
And then when you get to the chorus,
West Virginia! I don't even know what they say after West Virginia.
It drowns out all of the other music. You can't even hear the song anymore. It's singing so loud, but before that, you could still hear it. Do we like the call of Country Roads? West Virginia's getting a lot of love here.
Well, I was going to say, I'm
one
jealous
of our
of
worst
Atlanta
states.
and West Virginia now today on a Monday. Like, who would have thought that was a thing? It's good. One of our P1s, Cody, was up at this and noted that, like the Country Roads thing, and that may be it. I guess they also did Living on a Prayer, and they did it pretty well.
That's pretty good.
He said they did Living on a Prayer, and the stadium was like, yeah.
Yeah, that's a fun one to sing along to.
I just kept thinking, like, that's probably the choice.
It's a 90-degree day. You're hammered off your ass. You just smoked the Australians 2-0 in a dominant win without your best player. I'd be belting it out, too.
I did love the panic meter of everybody when they announced Pulisic wasn't going to play, and they're like, I don't know, man. It's
I don't know.
Really? We can't beat Australia?
Can we put into college football terms, because that's how I have to view this tournament? What is Australia in college football terms? Brandon, are you a soccer guy?
A little bit. Definitely around this time. I feel like it's where I watch the most soccer.
Do you have a gauge on Australia as a college football comp? Who did we dominate on Friday?
It has to be somebody that, like, the best thing they've done is made the Holiday Bowl.
I mean, are we talking like
Maryland?
Maryland?
I think this is Maryland.
Is it Maryland?
I feel like Maryland's pretty bad, though.
What's
Is that
Australia
unfair to Australia or unfair to
I
Maryland?
think that's unfair to Australia.
So
I think it's
better than
unfair to
Maryland?
Maryland. What has Australia done? Has Australia won the World Cup?
When we beat Paraguay in our first game, people told me that was Minnesota. We dominated Minnesota 4-1, which you feel good about a dominant win over Minnesota. They're rowing the boat. Like, all right, I'll take it. That's not the worst program, but it's not the best. You should dominate, and you did.
Okay, so the Google AI is, take it for what it's worth.
Yeah. Are you asking it to compare
The Australian
Australia?
men's team is qualified for the FIFA World Cup finals on 7 occasions.
The final?
They are ranked 25th in the world.
Okay, so it's a
top
back
25 team.
Who's a back end? Who's
Maryland was kind of, weren't they?
I think that's, to his point, when was the last time Maryland was ranked in the top 25? I think
Didn't they start like 7-0 and then they had they played nobody?
I think it's
with
been
Tua's little brother.
I think it's been a hot minute. Maybe you're right. Maybe I'm forgetting. Last year, your 25th ranked team was TCU, 9-4.
TCU was in a national championship, though.
they
I know
were.
they lost 65-7.
How about Houston? They were 22nd. Does that count?
Yeah, Houston's a good
Houston?
call.
Okay, so we dominated Houston.
Because I feel like Houston's had a couple versions where they've been like, oh, look at Houston. Ed
Houston.
Oliver.
Hey, Ed Oliver. That's a good pull. Ed Oliver was a stud there. He was like a random 5-star that signed in a smaller conference. Everybody's
Their
like,
best
what?
results are round of 16 appearances in 06 and 2022 after a 32-year gap following their débois.
So maybe Houston is there, right? Like Andre Ware won the Heisman there years ago,
Yeah,
and
he
they
did.
kind of disappeared, and then they've been more relevant as of late. So maybe Houston's a good comp.
Maybe Houston is a good comp.
Yeah, I mean, the thought was going into the game, we don't have our best player, so how does this look?
But who are we then? How are we to equate what we are?
I mean,
in the
we've
World
already
Cup right
won
now?
the group. We're already. Have you seen our pathway, by the way?
It's kind of lining up nice.
Am I putting the cart in front of the horse
I mean,
here, or are
probably.
USA soccer fans with me of looking at this? Like, again, I don't watch this stuff. I don't even know that much about it. I just saw the teams that were projected to play in every round and thought, how do we not win?
But do you think
not to win the whole thing, but win
Yeah.
those games that are projected?
Well, I guess that's what I would ask as the follow-up is how far do we think we can get now?
I mean, it'd be massive, dude. Like, this is...
No. Like, what's the expectation?
I think the expectation is at least to the round of 16.
Yeah.
Anything
I
short
would
of
agree
that
with
would feel like a
Round
disappointment.
of 16, I would say, is our best case, worst case scenario. Anything better than that, I would think, is a success. Anything
Yes.
So
worse
the
than
floor
that
is the
a
round of
disappointment.
16?
Yes.
The ceiling is?
The final.
You think we can get to the final? Do you think we can?
Seeing that pathway,
yeah,
anything can happen. It's soccer. Soccer's
Interesting.
weird.
Soccer
Anything
is
can happen.
weird.
And I also
Did the men
think...
finally figure it out?
Well, I also think the other part of this that is not getting... So right now, our round of 32 opponent... Now, these aren't set. There's a possible pathway, right? We don't know for certain yet. We got to wait and see. Ecuador in the round of 32.
Yep.
Should win that.
New Zealand or Czechia in the round of 16.
Should win that. New Zealand didn't look impressive yesterday.
Right? And then in the quarters, playing either the Congo, Ghana, Uruguay, or Austria.
I couldn't tell you anything.
Neither could I.
I don't
probably
know.
win that too. Uruguay, they can get hot. I mean, they weren't that impressive yesterday either. I mean, Cape Verde tying them.
Yeah, I saw that.
was a
They
shocker,
tied.
too.
Well, Belgium tied with Iran. I don't know how to gauge some of this stuff.
Yeah,
it's
true.
really tough.
There's been some wonky results early. There's no doubt about it.
How much us not having to really travel? Like
well,
we're
that's a
staying
big part of it. I mean,
inside-
the other idea of this
in the
is like,
country.
dude, that atmosphere on Friday was one of the best sporting atmospheres that I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah.
That was insane.
Yep.
When they had the announcement of was the goal good or not, and you're waiting for the ref to come out and give the confirmation that it's a good goal, the crowd pop after he announced that was insane.
It's hard to beat a crowd pop at a World Cup.
And I
You're
just
talking
think-
about 80 to 100,000.
Especially with the home team.
And it's the home team in that stadium too, which is built for sound.
Which
and
is
built,
also why I think the ceiling is the final, because you have that home support.
Wow.
Yes,
I'm
and
gonna
that's
put
the
that
whole
as a poll
thing. Like,
question.
having your country behind you to this level, you never know. Like, one of my biggest frustrations, I think, in modern life with sports is the idea that we have to politicize everything.
Yeah.
When the USA basketball beat France, when was that? When was the last Summer Olympics? 4 years ago, 3 years ago, whenever it was. When we beat France and Wemby in Paris, and that was a great game, and Steph hits the game winner, you immediately get a chunk of the country that's like rooting for the team to lose, and I just think that's dumb loser behavior. Who cares about their politics? You're an American, root for the American team.
Yes.
And then in the hockey side of it, you get the director of the FBI pounding beers with the hockey team.
It goes the other way.
And a controversial call from the president making fun of the women's team who also won a gold medal. And then all of a sudden half the country is pissed that the hockey team won, and now they shouldn't. It just, I hate that we're doing that every time now. It becomes a political game of football where you're going back and forth. And I hope that this one's different. I don't know if it will be, but it does genuinely seem to be like oh my God, we're not only are we hosting, we dominated our first game scoring right away. And I think that woke everybody up of like, we gave the stats after their first game of, we've never done that before. Like having a guy with multiple goals in a game, winning a game by 3 goals. Like that does not happen for the USA in the history of their run in World Cups. And then we back it up without our best player. And sure, Australia is not the stiffest of competition, but that game was never really in doubt. They scored early. They led the entire game. You get a shutout. There's no Pulisic, so he's hopefully going to be back next Friday. There seems to be a real wave of momentum right now. Mm-hmm. And if you are they've already won their group. If you come out and look good in your next couple of matches and that momentum continues to build, it's just fun, man. We've joked a lot on the show over the years about the idea of soccer becoming the American sport, and that's been kind of a thing our entire life of wait until, and by the time we're 10 years from now, soccer will be the most popular sport. I just don't think that'll ever happen. We're a football country. We'll always be a football country, the American version of it. But it doesn't mean in these little moments and pockets that you can't have a super wide tent and bring everybody in, because the World Cup's a massive deal. The atmospheres have been great, and that was fun, man. They have fully got me on board of watching how far this thing's going to go and being psyched to see whenever the next game is, which is, I believe, next Friday, if I'm not wrong.
Poll questions up. Do you believe the ceiling for the U.S. men's World Cup team is the final? Yes, I believe that we will win.
I believe that we will win.
Or no. You can vote at Dirt and Sprague. I'm with you. I mean, I think everything you said right there is spot on. I've also, aside from having crowd pops and winning and figuring out our country's sing-alongs, I have found myself really enjoying, I saw, I've seen people write about, you talk about everything political, kind of making counterculture arguments against all these other people from other countries and reveling in the cool things about America or the funny things about America, like Taco Bell.
Yeah. Did you see, by the way, that they had to put out a statement from the TSA saying you can't put ranch in your carry-on? People kept trying to take Hidden Valley Ranch home. And then Hidden Valley Ranch came up with the packet that you can take home, a powder version that you mix together and make ranch dressing, because people kept trying to put it on the plane.
That's what we buy.
That's what you guys do.
We buy the powder one, so you just mix it in. Super easy. Mix it with a little Greek yogurt.
Hey.
But I've really enjoyed seeing the reaction. Did you see the fans get into Times Square for Norway?
I did. Doing
the
row
Viking
thing?
row?
Yes, it was awesome.
That's insane.
It was so cool.
It looked AI'd.
Yeah, it did.
That's how unbelievable some of the stuff looks.
All right, we got it in the middle of this best of segment. Breaking news in just the last few minutes, according to ESPN's Shams Charania. The Portland Trailblazers hiring Minnesota Timberwolves lead assistant Micah Norrie to be their next head coach. He gets a multi-year deal. Of course, Norrie has been an assistant around the NBA since 2009. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to finish up this hour with our final best of soccer segment. And then at the top of the hour, come 9 a.m., Dirt and Sprague are going to join us live down at Langdon Farms from the Fan Golf Classic to break down this huge hire by the Portland Trailblazers. And hey, no longer is a possible felon our head coach right now. Chauncey was still officially our head coach, just so you know, until this happened. So Micah Norrie, now the Blazers head coach. We will get some reaction from Dirt and Sprague here at the top of the hour. But big news on the day of the NBA draft for you Portland Trailblazers fans. It's going to be Micah Norrie on the sidelines. We'll get back to our best of edition of Dirt and Sprague, and then we'll check in with them live down at Langdon Farms here on 105.1 The Fan and the Fan Sports Network.
The firm of Harris and Meringue. Now weekday. This is Dirt and Sprague on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
Best of edition of Dirt and Sprague here on 105.1 The Fan and the Fan Sports Network. And we did get some breaking news on this Tuesday here at 105.1 The Fan. The Portland Trailblazers have their guy. According to ESPN's Shams Charania, Blazers are hiring Minnesota Timberwolves lead assistant Micah Nori to be their next head coach. He gets a multi-year deal. Nori has been as an assistant in the NBA since 2009, and we're going to bring Dirt and Sprague on live here in about 8 or 9 minutes or so from Langdon Farms to break it all down, but we'll finish up the hour with our planned soccer best of segment. But breaking news, yes, the Blazers have made a head coaching hire. It's going to be Micah Nori, one of the finalists that has been thrown around for some time now. So congrats to you Blazers fans. Hope you're excited. I'm sure we're going to have a lot of time with all of our hosts today, despite them being down at Langdon Farms to break it down. But yeah, let's finish up this hour with a nice bit of World Cup talk before we get to Dirt and Sprague breaking down the Micah Nori hire.
I've also enjoyed some of the storylines. So it was a joke, but it made the headlines. Did you see what Iraq plays today?
Mm-hmm.
And they play Kylian Mbappe. They play France. They're surely going to lose.
Not likely to win.
Did you see what the coach said when he was asked, how do you stop Kylian Mbappe?
I didn't know. What was his quote?
He said, we're actually writing to the officials right now to see if we can legally get okayed for 3 goalkeepers.
Ooh, I like that strategy.
And I did think, it won't happen. He was joking.
Let him play with 3. Could they win?
Could they push or win if they had 3? They can't win. If you have 3 goalkeepers, you can't win. Can you have a 0-0 tie?
You could tie.
Would you bet on Iraq to tie France if they
just
had
got 3 guys planted in front of the net the entire game? Yeah, you would be able to.
And
stop
also,
it. You just have your one little box that you got to defend.
Dumb soccer question. Yeah. Why can't you be allowed if you give up having a striker?
Well, you can stand guys back there. They just can't touch it and they can't catch it.
But I'm saying, like, if they okayed
your body in the way.
I mean, like, could you imagine the Stanley Cup allowing 2 goalies?
2 goals next to each other.
No, it's my side.
No,
man.
you move over, dude. It's like
Right
you and your wife in bed when she rolls over too far to your side. Get out of here. What are you doing?
You're up, I'm down. You're up, I'm down.
You're breathing on my pillow? Like, come on, man. Roll over.
It would be really badass. They're +5 goal differential. They have 6 points. Like, they've handled their business, and they look good. They do. They're looking every bit the part that everybody thought potentially they could be. Now, I still don't know how we gauge the group. Do we think this group is very good? I don't know. But they've handled their business, and in the past, they have choked on this stage.
Yes, I mean, that's exactly right. And somebody said, that's a good point from one of our P1s, Australia might not be a great team, but good teams crap on bad teams.
Yes.
Like, that's what you're supposed to do. And they didn't have their best player, and so you came out and dominated the game. You did exactly what you were supposed to do. I also think there's an element of this that is true. One listener saying it's easier to come together and get behind a sport like soccer or hockey because we're not expected to dominate. Winning in basketball has gotten boring and expected, much like the Soviet Union winning in hockey during the 60s and 70s. And I certainly think there's an aspect of that. Like, how many sports?
That's not the case in hoops anymore. We barely won. I don't think we're gonna win the next
now
one.
It's come the full circle way, right, where the international game has gotten so good.
I hope we medal in the next Olympics.
But I think the point of that is, like, us not winning a gold medal is one of the most shocking things that has happened to American basketball in my lifetime.
The 2004 season.
And then we had a redeem
Olympics
team. It's like, wait, we're not the best at basketball anymore? Now, to your point, it's changed now and evolved. The game has.
Yeah.
But, like, I think to that listener's point, which is a good one, a rallying cry of an underdog will be the Kevin Durant in this segment. How many sports left exist that we are an underdog in? Almost every Olympic sport.
Honestly, it might be. It might only be men's soccer.
Yeah, because hockey's not. I can't say hockey an underdog anymore. Like, we're certainly not Canada, but we have been in, Olympic gold medal games, and we've claimed close.
We were a favorite to be in the final.
Yes.
Canada was the overall favorite. We were the second favorite the entire time.
I don't we just hadn't won a gold medal in a long time, but that doesn't mean we're an underdog. We were an underdog against Canada.
I don't think we're going to be the betting favorite in 28 for the Summer Olympics. To be honest with you, I think it's going to be
for
France.
basketball.
Yeah, I think it's going to be France for men's basketball.
That one will take a while, I think, to build up the underdog mentality again. And for all we know, we might still go on to win the Olympics that year just because you're a slight underdog. Again, as they were in hockey, doesn't mean that you can't win it. Soccer, we're a true underdog. Like, nobody gave us a chance in hell to win this thing. And I still think it's a far-fetched idea that we're actually going to win the World Cup. We got a long ways to go until we get there.
Yeah.
But I do think the listener's point is valid of it's not a sport that we just dominate every 2 years or every 4 years and say, see you later, rest of the world. We've largely been the laughing stock. And so to come together and watch a team maybe break through and not be that.
Have we Okay, so one of our listeners, and this is why I appreciate being honest with everybody of like what I don't know, which is mostly everything about these countries. Like I've just followed the Premier League. One of our listeners, Grant, says 2009 U.S. men were capable of beating Spain. This team is capable of beating anyone in the Cup, which is a good perspective to have, I think, because we put the poll question up, do you believe the ceiling for them is the final? And a lot of people are saying no so far, but you're free to vote wherever you want. I got one counter to you.
Okay, what's the counter?
And I ask this from a stupid, uneducated perspective. Sprinting? Are we an underdog in sprinting? Or did we... I forget what we did in 24.
I couldn't tell you either. We obviously weren't beating Usain Bolt there for a while.
There was a minute there where we were not beating that team.
But I also feel like saying, again, that to me is the hockey comp. It's not like we're an underdog.
Yeah.
We might not be the favorite, but an American being a good sprinter is not like, wait, where did that come from? We've dominated that sport for a long time.
So then I think it's soccer then.
I think this is the only one.
Yeah, I think you're right.
And maybe there's a listener that would chime in on something else. Like, don't go too off the beaten path on me.
Yeah, Noah Lyles won.
Noah Lyles did,
Noah Lyles.
That's
Touché.
right. The
And he
whole
just set
world
the record.
championship thing of you're not the world champion, I'm the world champion. Remember he picked a fight with everybody?
Yeah. But there was a minute there where we weren't.
Yeah, don't give me like the cross-country skiing and shooting thing that the Norwegians or Scandinavian. Like, that doesn't count.
I think you're right. I think it is men's soccer.
Yeah, there's nothing else to stick out of my
Because we've
mind.
reigned supreme in others, even if we've taken a backseat momentarily, we've come back to the forefront.
Yep.
To the track point. I think it's U.S. men's soccer.
It is. I didn't know how I was going to react to all this. Once the soccer actually began, I was excited for it. Of like, it's kind of fun. The atmospheres look solid.
Dude, I was watching Tunisia and Japan.
It's like every day,
Friday
dude.
night.
I'm watching it every day. Every day I'm getting home like, okay, they're playing right now. All right, might as well have it on in the background. Nothing else on. NBA finals are done filling my holes, so soccer might as well.
I think the best thing is also not having an understanding of how to gauge. Like, is Belgium supposed to dominate
totally blind
Iran,
in every
or
game.
is a 0-0 full-time draw?
Right.
Is that, like, shocking?
Portugal and Cape Verde is one that I know was a shocking outcome. Anything else than that, I'm like, that seems like maybe.
You mean Uruguay?
Uruguay. Well, they tied Uruguay,
They
too.
tied Uruguay.
But wasn't the first one against the Ronaldo game, or was it Spain? Or they drew
No,
with somebody. Spain, thank you.
Because
Okay.
you live bet Cape
I
Verde
live
to
bet-
win.
we're like,
but if
huge
you would have
odds.
taken them to draw,
Would have been a nice little payout.
would have been a nice payout.
Well, I got soccer fever. You got soccer fever. Do we agree with Country Roads Take Me Home? John Denver is the American song after a win.
I'll put up Living on a Prayer at Country Roads.
Certainly sounded great up in Seattle. Jealous. Our buddy Tyson Aldridge was up there. I saw he was doing some stuff. So
Yeah.
a lot of people went up for the match, and man, did it deliver. Great atmosphere up in Seattle on Friday.
All right, when we come back, Dirt and Sprague live from Langdon Farms to break down the newest head coach of the Portland Trailblazers. It's lead assistant Micah Nori that will be roaming the sidelines. That's coming up next. You're on the other side of the top of the hour on Dirt and Sprague on 105.1 The Fan and the Fan Sports Network.
The new home of the Portland Timbers is the Fan Sports Network.
Glasser will serve it in. Gage Garrett's header, and the Timbers have found an equalizer.
Every goal, every match of the MLS season. On the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM, 1080 AM, The Fan, with select games on our sister station, 94.7 Alternative Portland, the Portland Timbers, and the Fan Sports Network.
Now's the perfect time to upgrade your home and save big doing it. For a limited time, Henderson & Daughter Windows and Doors has partnered with Milgard to bring you incredible summer savings. Through June 30th, get up to $40 back on every window and $100 back on every sliding glass door. Upgrade your home with beautiful, energy-efficient Milgard windows and doors designed to keep your home more comfortable and looking its best all summer long. Don't wait. Visit HendersonandDaughter.com today. That's HendersonandDaughter.com.
CCB number 68623.
The Fan 411.
Log on to 1051thefan.com now for your chance to win tickets to see the Portland Thorns take on Racing Louisville Sunday, July 5th at Providence Park. Find details on how you can enter to win at 1051thefan.com. Tickets courtesy.
The Angels envy Bourbon Sixth Hole hanging out. We're heckling people, and now we got to do a live radio show in front of people who are golfing. Good luck, gentlemen. Go make a Hit 'em birdie. straight, boys. Hit 'em straight, gentlemen. We're on right now because we got a little bit of breaking news, and that breaking news is that the Portland Trailblazers have hired a head coach.
We got one. Finally.
We didn't get Giannis,
Finally.
but who wants Giannis when you can have Micah Nori on a 1-year deal? We've been asking the question for God knows how long now.
Well, it's a 3-year deal. Let's be honest.
Hey, 1-year prove-it deal.
1-year guarantee.
Earn your keep around here, okay?
Yeah.
I like the strategy. So we've been asking for days now.
Oh, that looked a little short.
That's going to be a little chunky.
That's a little chunky.
That's not going to quite.
Yeah,
right
that's
into
close.
the bunker.
That's close.
It's good effort, though. Good
Yeah,
effort.
I like it.
No hole-in-ones yet. We're having a great time out here at Langdon at the Fan Golf Classic. We're probably just going to do one segment. I don't really know what the play is. Dusty called and said, we're on, let's go. And it's because Micah Nori was hired. So we've been asking for days and weeks. When are the Blazers going to make a move?
Mm-hmm.
And, of course, it's the day we're not on the air. They've hired a head coach, Micah Nori, the 52-year-old assistant from Minnesota. He has been an assistant coach in the NBA.
He's been there for a while.
Going all the way back to 2009. He's been in Minnesota now for 5 years as their lead assistant. He was in Detroit, Denver, Sacramento, and Toronto before that. Go ahead, Sprague. Give me your hot takes on Micah Nori, one of the finalists for the job that we've heard about for a while, being named the head coach of the Portland Trailblazers.
Well, I think once you found out that Gent wasn't going to be in the finalist group, we had Freeman reporting on that. It boils down to Lashbrook or Nori, right?
Yeah.
And Nori just gives the experience. Nice shot.
Nice shot.
There we go.
A little hop up in front of the
Live
bunker.
on the radio. Look at that. Sticking it close to the
He's
pin.
got a 10-footer uphill for birdie.
Lashbrook is your cheaper option, right? Now, you might rebuttal, well, how much really is Nori going to cost because of the contract structure? And we can get to that. But
Yeah.
of the two options, you get more experience with Nori. He understands what he's getting into. He just coached a superstar in Ann Edwards for a few seasons.
Yep.
This guy's coming in seasoned. He coached under a guy, one of the more highly regarded, I think, head coaches in the league now, in Chris Finch. And so we can talk about the contract aspect of this, but overall, like, this is who you wanted between the two, I think. Now, I think you and I are in lockstep of ultimately you need to make the roster better.
Yep.
If you want Nori to be good, the roster has to improve. If you're going to run this back and tout, we got Dame Lillard returning, Micah Nori is going to be limited in what he can truly accomplish. But really good locker room vibes, really good players coach, a fun, underrated interview, in my opinion.
Yeah, seems like an entertaining guy. Luke Anderson Blades won about 30 yards.
Yeah, that one was a pretty bad one from him. He's had better efforts. But overall, between the two candidates, you got the one that I think most people, if you polled them, would say, yeah, give me the guy with the experience who understands what it's like to coach superstars. Micah Nori at least gives you that.
Yeah, I would tend to agree with you because I think the reporting on it was that Lashbrook was obviously further down the bench in Boston. And here in Micah Nori, you're talking about the lead assistant in Minnesota. There was no doubt that Lashbrook was going to be the cheaper option of the two. And so, you present me with two names, one guy who's been an assistant now for nearly 20 years in the NBA. He's 52 years old. Like, I got no issue with the hire. I think you and I are in lockstep and have been the entire time about, I don't really care who the hire is. If you don't make a move on the roster, it's not going to matter. And we can get to that side of it in a moment because I'm not sure if anybody's aware. Giannis Antetokounmpo got traded last night.
Yeah, they took the offer. They took the slop out of Miami.
He did not get traded
to
the Portland Trailblazers, so that dream has officially died, and it was not Boston that was a part of the deal. So now the Jaylen Brown ship maybe has sailed. Let's get to, before we talk a little bit of roster and maybe what the pivot might be, the reporting on the contract, which is
I don't know if I've seen one in the NBA like this.
I'm scrolling through and I'm seeing multiple people who follow the league pretty closely saying they've never heard anything like this.
Yeah.
He basically got a 1-year guaranteed deal with 2 team option years, and so he's fully guaranteed for the first year this upcoming season. And then the next 2 years after that, it is going to be a team option whether or not they want to bring him back, which is a structured contract that, like, you go back to when we hired Chauncey Billups, and I remember this being a controversial thing that we talked about at the time, was that you got a guy who's been an assistant for 1 year and doesn't have a lot of coaching experience in that regard. They gave him a 5-year guarantee deal, and it wasn't, you just didn't know how it was going to work out, right? They ended up extending him at the end of it despite the bad winning percentage. And here on the other side, I mean, you're just going completely in the opposite direction, which I find interesting, and maybe it's just because of the
how much of a commodity it is to be an NBA head coach, right? There's only 30 of these jobs right now. When we expand, maybe you get 32 options. There's only 30 choices, but for a guy to sign up for a contract like that, when it's a one-year guarantee, if you got a bad year this year, the team can decide after one season they want to move on from you and not have to buy you out in any way, shape, or form. So it's a very unique thing, and there's a little bit of me that's surprised that Norrie took it, but again, it's also the idea there's only 30 of these jobs out there. You believe in yourself, you have a good year, you're going to see the next 2 years of the deal, but a contract structured for an NBA head coach that we've never really seen before in the NBA.
Well, I mean, you look at some of the other candidates that were in the running for this thing, right? Like, you got to imagine, too, the per-year basis is probably on the very low spectrum, right?
I'm tend to think that.
I'm going to take a wild shot in the dark on that one.
We don't have any financial details yet.
But I would guess he's probably more Doug Christie than he is Steve Kerr.
Yes.
Right? Dusty May came in and got the bag. Mike Norrie's going to have to work for the bag if he ever gets it. Here's the thing I can't find. What was the first contract for Rod Brindamore?
Ooh, that's
because
a good question.
we've talked a lot on the station, I think, as a whole, of like how much of the hockey ownership stuff versus the NBA being so entirely different, right?
Right.
And while I fully acknowledge, like I think there are so many different things, I can't completely dismiss the idea of you're running sports teams. Like, yeah, they operate financially different.
Sure, the budgets are different.
But Brindamore, for him, was a hire that he came in as an owner and was like, I'm not hiring a former player. Like, that was a big thing for him. And then Brindamore came in, had success. He goes from interim, and they name him the permanent head coach.
Yes.
I can't find his contract details. I'd be very fascinated to see if Brindamore had a similar structure or if Brindamore earned just getting automatically more years guaranteed.
This says he agreed to a 3-year deal, but also Mike Norrie. I don't know how many of those years are guaranteed on that deal.
On the Brindamore contract?
Yeah, on his first contract.
Okay, so if we're to just take what did Mike Norrie just sign for?
3-year deal with 2 team options.
I think this is where you will start to see where the similarities are. Now, does that mean you're going to have the NBA Finals and win everything? No, not in any way.
Well, it also took Brindamore 8 years to get there.
Right.
They've been good, but they haven't won it all.
Well, I think Brindamore did what? He proved that he's a good coach, and now he is the backbone. Like Tom Dundon's like, I'd fire myself before I'd fire Rod Brindamore.
Right.
So he fully believes in him. Mike Norrie had to agree to the contract.
Yes, he did.
Right? So, like, I find it highly unusual, highly questionable. You can certainly continue to run with the Tommy Two Nichols narrative for sure. That's not going away anytime soon. But they also have a coach on administrative leave still, technically.
We technically have 2 head coaches right now.
We kind of do. Like, one is actually in charge. The other one is facing prison for multiple years.
He just hasn't been fired by the NBA
And,
yet.
I'm not trying to out Dundon on that. This could have nothing to do with it. I also think it's a little odd of a situation to still have to be dealing with that on the side.
Yeah.
I mean, there's really no other way to put it. This is a cheap, prove-it deal. And if they perform and they become the 6 seed or the 5 seed next year or
you pay
better,
him. If he turns out to be a good coach,
well, they'll
you
pick
pay
up
him.
the year. They'll pick up an option.
Yeah.
And so you got to remember this stuff, man. People in our industry, sales industries, you have to agree to contracts. Do you not?
You do. He was not coerced into signing it.
I can just tell you from my experience, when I signed my first contract, within a half a year, I was like, I don't know if I should have signed that multi-year contract.
Right.
But I did. And so you got to play it out. So I think it's the 1-year guarantee thing. You can certainly poo-poo it. You can certainly have your red flags waving around about it, and I wouldn't blame anybody for that. But if you go out there and your roster's better and you win, he's going to get picked up, and it's going to turn more into a 3-year deal than it is a 1-year deal. So
yeah, and I go back to the Chauncey thing, too, of the idea. I remember having conversations after 3 years. What's up, Tunger? Having conversation 3 years in about Chauncey and wanting to move on, but what were they not willing to do?
Didn't you go to Arizona State? Why are you wearing a duck hat?
Because he's selling ducks, dude. He grew up in Oregon.
He's
Let's go.
No, he's a Purdue fan and an ASU fan. He's got a duck hat
It's
on.
a good-looking UO logo. Let the Tunger live, okay?
Whoa!
Taking
15-yard penalty,
That's
man.
a Civil War shot right there. But I remember 3 years in asking the question, like, hey, it'd be great to move on from this coach with a 29% winning percentage, but they didn't want to buy him out, right? So you're kind of stuck with that deal. In that regard, man, I have no issue
would you rather have
with
5 years guaranteed for a guy with no experience or the 1 year prove it? I mean, certainly it's not a good look for the franchise. We have to acknowledge that. People are going to absolutely bag him today and tomorrow.
Guess what's going to happen if he wins, though? You pick up the next 2 years of the option, and then you give him an extension where he's paid as one of, if it works out and he turns out to be a good head coach. You take care of him in the back end. When Rob Brindamore was hired in Carolina, as I'm looking up this contract, he signed a 3-year deal. Again, I don't know how many.
We
of them
didn't know
were
the option
guaranteed.
situation.
Didn't know the option situation. He was paid $600,000. You know what that made him? The lowest paid head coach in the NHL.
Yeah.
At the time he was hired.
Yeah.
And he worked his way up. Guess who's no longer the lowest paid head coach in the NHL?
Yeah.
Rob Brindamore. And he's not going to be because he just won a Stanley Cup and his financials are only going to go up. And so we can get lost in the weeds on the detail of the contract. Ultimately, for me, coming out of a situation where it felt like we couldn't get rid of the last guy, and now in hindsight we should have because he got arrested by the FBI.
Also wasn't a great coach.
Yeah, I don't really have a big deal with the 1 year and then let the team options for the next 2. If he's willing to sign that contract, by all means, sign that contract and let's see how it goes over the next 3 years.
Yeah.
Now, the bigger deal is going to be what happened last night and the fallout and how it impacts Portland. So last night, about 9:30, the announcement comes down that the Miami offer that their fans have been talking about for a decade, they couldn't get Lillard for it. They got Giannis for it.
Yeah.
Tyler Hero, Khalil Ware, Jaquez, some other pieces, and some draft picks. And
Yakachonis was in the deal.
Yakachonis is going to Milwaukee, right? We'll see if they end up flipping other guys and what the follow-up move is. But they decided against the Boston offer of Jaylen Brown and some first-round picks in order for the Miami offer. And Haslam, the owner of the Bucks, wanted, didn't want another player who didn't want to be disgruntled. And that's a whole other conversation we can have on the show tomorrow. It's more interesting to me in terms of what it means for Portland because your plan A was Giannis, wasn't going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Your plan B was Jaylen Brown, which you needed certain dominoes to fall in the trade in order for Brown to reroute his way to Portland. I don't think Boston's going to trade you Jaylen Brown. And so that ship has now sailed. Plan A, plan B out the window. Plan C, Anthony Davis? Is that where we're thinking they're going? Because it sure seems like the intel is saying they tried to get him at the deadline. They couldn't get it done. And now, as we speculated for the last however many days, your follow-up plan is going to be Anthony Davis in some way, shape, or form.
Well, first of all, let me just say, too, despite the contract looking egregious, being offensive by many people, I think, in the league, it's nice to at least have a coach going into draft night.
Yes, it is.
That they have no picks, but, now you can kind of talk amongst each other and figure out what Cronin's thinking, think about how Micah Nori's feeling about all this. I mean, if you're to lay a bet, I think any person is going to lay money on AD being your plan.
Yeah.
Now, the development of Jaylen Brown is interesting to me. They'd already been luring him for KD a couple years ago. They didn't get him. He has this monster year this year, and now he's throwing in a deal yet again. And, he said this is the most fun season of his career.
The one without Jason Tatum.
He's got a weird Tatum thing where I think they're fine, but, their relationship isn't as good as you think it would be.
Yeah.
So there's a weird lingering aspect to that. I don't want to eliminate the idea of Brown. Maybe
you still think
AD,
there's a potential move? Do we have a package that Boston is going to be interested in?
Maybe it's a multi-team trade. I think that's the thing you got to look for is how many teams want to get involved with stuff, right? And if you have stuff to throw around, does Boston want Jeremy Grant and Shaedon Sharpe? No. I don't understand what that would do for them.
And they're in a win-now mode, and I don't know how Milwaukee's picks impact a trade right now for them.
Exactly.
They were trying to get Giannis because they're in a win-now mode, and that helps them win now.
They think it upgrades their roster and beats the Knicks.
Yeah.
But
Joe Fish
might have just got a hole in one.
Oh, Joe Fish.
Joe Fish with a spin back?
Well done.
With a spin back?
Well done.
Wow, well done.
Fresh off of the Cargo Short Classic. Here we go. Oh, yeah, swing off.
Oh, no, we need
KP.
Danny to swing now.
Yeah, we got to have a KP
need a Danny
contest
swing.
here. Joe Fish.
This is the unofficial final Cargo Short Classic finish.
10 feet for Joe
Here
Fish.
it is.
Let's go, baby.
Sticking it, Joe.
All
nice
the
shot.
heat now turns.
Oh.
Look at Joe. He's feeling it over there.
Is Moran going to be bothered by the Micah Nori contract that he
could.
can't stick it? We'll have to find out.
Ooh, Angels Envy might be stuffing one, too.
Oh.
As we now get distracted by golf shots.
Live golf.
Live on the
it's
sixth hole.
best.
This is what we should do every year. Why don't we just live play this,
I'd
man?
totally do it. All right,
Talk
let's
to the
go.
people as they come
Dirt,
through.
let's go live to 6.
Okay, we're down here at the 6th hole. It's Sunday at Langdon Farms, the Fan Golf Classic. Joe Fisher with a one-shot lead, 10 feet above the hole. Danny Moran steps up to the tee.
92 yards out.
92 yards out.
He's going pitching wedge.
Par 3.
Aggressive.
Let's see. First couple of swings of the day have not been good for Moran. This one. Oh, it's tracking.
Oh, it's tracking.
It's tracking.
Get in the hole.
It's tracking. Is he inside Joe Fisher? He might be inside Joe Fisher. He might have done it. He won't show up for the Cargo Short Classic, but he'll hit a nice little tee shot. Go step that one up. Measure it, please.
No, I think he got him.
I need an official
I think he
measurement.
got him.
I
think he's pin high.
You never know.
I think he's pin high.
A friendly high five between the two competitors.
And
now back to Anthony Davis.
And they will go back to Anthony Davis.
Yeah. I mean, it's just going to be interesting. I'm with you. It's nice having a coach in place for draft night, even though they're not going to probably do anything this evening. Well, just get it. I mean, we were in the mindset of what the hell are we waiting for, right? Like, what is the? You know who your finalists are. You got a new one thrown into the mix last week.
Clearly haggling over money.
Over. Yeah, I mean, getting him to accept the contract.
How about 1.8, Mike? How about 2.1?
And you know, it might have been as simple as this deal was in front of Micah Nori for 2 weeks, and he was waiting to hear on Dallas because he didn't know where they were going to go.
And you wouldn't fault him for that.
And
it's a better situation right now.
Yeah, and they throw back at Dusty May, and we'll see how that works out for him in the long term. Sometimes college coaches are great, sometimes they're not.
Yes.
I'm not a huge fan of an NBA organization throwing a boatload of money at an unproven head coach. I think there's a lot of risk there and a lot of contract you might have to buy out if it doesn't work out for you. But that might have been as simple as he's waiting to hear from Dallas. Dallas moves another direction. Very next morning, you get an announcement that he's now hired in Portland. And so simple as that. And now our eyes can turn to, now that box has been checked, what moves they're going to make. And we'll see if any trades happen on draft night, because that is coming up this evening.
Let me just add, too, because the team just officially announced it.
Okay.
So, again, it's going to be the sticking point, and the narrative-based thing is going to be for the people that have just piled on Tom, and for right reasons in some regard. It's going to be about the contract, how unprecedented this is, how disrespectful a deal this is. Again, Mike Nori has to agree to the deal, does he not?
Yes.
And here's the other aspect for me. Anthony Davis very well could be the play, and we can get into that stuff tomorrow, because unless something happens today during the our golf tournament, we might come in tomorrow with that's the deal that's potentially going to be going down. Washington just gave Trae Young the bag.
Yes, they did.
They don't have money to be paying AD. AD's going into a contract season. If you want a good gauge of did they hire the right coach, you can get mad at the contract. I'm not going to disagree with people. I will not fault anybody if they want to come out and talk about how Tommy Two Nickels is cheap here. They're not wrong. It's okay to say that.
Yeah.
Minnesota fans right now are super sad. Go look at their Reddit. They love Micah Nori in Minnesota. Minnesota's been a pretty good franchise.
Yes, they have.
Right? They have a great, generational type talent player. But if your fan base is sad about an assistant leaving, that makes me feel a little bit better as a fan base. So we'll see. Can't wait for the press conference. Can't wait to hear about it.
They're going to ask. Entertaining as hell. I know that.
Oh, Joe beat Danny.
He drained the
There
putt.
it is.
He drained the birdie putt.
The Cargo Classic champion, Joseph F. Fisher. There we go.
He's feeling fantastic.
I'm looking forward to the press conference, though. I think it's going to be interesting because you're going to get the Orem, Hyken, Quick Freeman questions of this contract's pretty ridiculous from an NBA standard. So how are they going to react to that? And then we go from there and try to build the roster up, because ultimately, at the end of the day, that is what matters the most. Not arguing about, should he had a 2-year guarantee versus
a 5-year guarantee deal.
Make the roster better. We win games. Everything takes care of itself.
And it will for Micah Nori, contractually speaking, if that is to happen. So we are live out at Langdon Farm. We're having a great time out here, man. It's not quite too hot yet. We've had a wonderful time taking some shots of Angels Envy, hitting some celebrity shots. It's been a lot of fun. A lot of listeners come through so far today. That's all we're going to do. We just
one segment,
hot and on, and now we're going to go back to
just the tip.
We're just giving you the tip. We'll give you the rest of it tomorrow. As we have a full show, and we'll see if we get any other breaking news throughout the day. We got the gear set up out here, so we'll hop on again if something else breaks throughout the course of the rest of the day. But the big news this morning: Micah Nori with the Portland Trailblazers have made a coaching hire. Micah Nori, the lead assistant in Minnesota, one of the finalists for the job, one of the guys we thought had a good chance at getting the job, has been hired as the head coach of the Portland Trailblazers. So we're going to go back to shaking hands with listeners and kissing babies and hitting some golf shots. Thanks everybody for tuning in this morning. If you're out on the course listening right now, thanks for tuning into the Fan, even though we got best ofs going on today. It's going to be a blast. Any other news breaks, we'll be back on the air at some point later today, hanging out at Langdon all day. Micah Nori, welcome to Portland, the press conference, and more tomorrow on the show. We're going to go back. Best of after this. 105.1 FM, The Fan.
Now, here's a...
This is Dirt and Sprague on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
Yeah, in the middle of our best of edition of Dirt and Sprague here on 105.1 The Fan and the Fan Sports Network. Some breaking news, if you have not heard. The Portland Trailblazers have their man, Micah Norrie, assistant for the Minnesota Timberwolves for the last 5 seasons, is now going to be leading the Blazers, roaming the sidelines, at least for this year. Weird contract. It's a fully guaranteed first season and then team options for 27-28 and 28-29. Definitely a lame duck deal to start, but like you heard Dirt and Sprague just breaking it down live from Langdon Farms, there are only 30 of these jobs available, so of course Mike and Ori going to take it. You're going to have a lot more to break down. I'm sure that you'll have the firm as well as Primetime with Isaac and Suk checking in on this huge news from Langdon Farms today. But let's finish up this best of segment. And we've got a couple more that are pretty funny, I must say, for sure. So this was put together without the plan, of course, that we would have breaking news. So we're kind of coming into the middle of the magic hat that was done recently. So let's have this finish of the most recent magic hat here on this best of edition of Dirt and Sprague on 105.1 The Fan and the Fan Sports Network.
You see me, now you don't.
It's magic.
The only thing this hat's good for is the trash can.
Yep, we got more Magic Hat time. Carnage continues at Shinnecock opening day of the U.S. Open. We have a total of 6 players under par. All of them are at 1 under. Everybody else even or worse. So it is going to be, we have 16 players who are even or better right now. Scotty won over, decent name. We'll give you a look at the leaderboard here as we wrap up our week and our Thursday. What else do we got in the old Magic Hat, Brandon?
Herschel Walker?
So,
if you do 1,000 sit-ups every day,
you look like Herschel Walker,
and 1,000 push-ups, you will have the body of Herschel Walker.
You ever sit around and find yourself thinking, hey, what's Herschel Walker doing now?
No, but I remember when he ran for Senate, and we would listen to speeches and literally go, How are people voting for that?
Would anybody? Not to mention all of the off-the-field things from his entire family and the allegations that have surrounded him his entire life.
There's that. There's that.
Well, for those who are wondering what Herschel Walker is up to these days, usually how politics work is if you support a candidate and then that candidate ends up winning, we find a way to give you a gig. We're going to get you a gig out of this deal.
If you're in the orbit of any politician who gets power, you're getting something from it.
He has been named, that Herschel Walker, the United States ambassador to the Bahamas.
Hey,
did you know that we had a U.S. ambassador for the Bahamas?
I assume we have an ambassador for 80% of the countries in the world, and he was like, I want to be shirtless and warm.
Unless it's China, Russia, Iran, maybe others that I'm forgetting.
Yeah.
Is being a U.S. ambassador one of the cushest jobs you could like, what do you do?
What did Woody Johnson do for the England ambassador job when Trump was in office
what
last
are you doing?
time?
You're just collecting a paycheck from American taxpayers.
Yeah.
Anyways, this went viral this week. I had no clue that that's what Herschel Walker was doing. They have been dealing with a major issue down in the Bahamas, and Herschel Walker is here to tell you about it.
Hello. I'm Ambassador Herschel Walker. I have an important message for Americans visiting or living in the Bahamas. The beautiful waters here are one of the reasons people love to visit these islands. But I need to warn you about some serious dangers associated with renting jet skis and small watercrafts and swimming at beaches where jet skis and small watercrafts are being operated in shallow waters, particularly around Nassau and Paradise Island. We've lost America's lives to preventable accidents. Multiple visitors have been hospitalized. America have also been sexually assaulted by jet ski operators who take victims to isolated islands. Many watercrafts are unsafe and operators are unlicensed and uninsured. That's why U.S. government employees are banned from renting or riding jet skis. We're working with the government of the Bahamas to address these issues. But for now, considering all the risks before you get on a jet ski in the Bahamas, your safety matters. If you need help, contact the embassy immediately.
Herschel Walker can't ride a jet ski in the Bahamas?
He
is that
banned.
What you're telling me?
He is banned from riding jet skis.
Somebody's going to find a photo of him on a jet ski shirtless, right?
I just, look, serving the people. Thank you, Herschel Walker, for defending us against the the corrupt Bahama jet ski renter-outers.
People of Sand Lake, Oregon, when you take your ATV to the dunes, be careful. There's accidents that happen.
You never would know what happens behind the dunes.
There's people who do drugs and drink, and they get on their dune buggies. And I don't know if you know this, but a dune buggy hitting an ATV is dangerous, primarily for the person on the ATV, as you're life flighted away. I'm not allowed to, but be careful. What? Thank you. There's danger in doing stuff.
There was a that went viral this week, and I just I honestly for a long time
say save the turtles for
when I saw it, I'm like, is this satire? Is this AI? Is this a spoof?
Are you sure it's not AI?
It is not. It came from the official government of the Embassy of Bahamas account, and he is indeed the ambassador of the Bahamas.
So you're telling me this is all ambassadors do? They find out what's dangerous in an area?
This is it. I mean, I don't know if this is what they're all doing, but this is clearly what he's doing.
Are the coconuts and water safe to drink and eat? What am I going to come up with? I got to do a video. It's due today.
You got to justify your employment.
Herschel,
can we get a video?
2 people just died from America on a jet ski. I got it. I'm going to run with it. Get the camera rolling.
Anybody out there visiting the Bahamas, now you know. Be careful. Okay?
Yeah.
Be careful.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Trillionaire.
Trillionaire. Look, you might hear this and go, oh, God, you're going to talk about Elon Musk, aren't you? No. I did set it up that way, but I'm not. I did this because once upon a time there was an evil movie villain that was trying to hold ransom the world leaders, and he said, I need $1 million. And everybody laughed at him. It was like, that's really nothing anymore because he was gone.
Yes.
Well, he's back.
Yes.
Evidently, Mike Myers revealed that Austin Powers 4 is in the works.
Yes, he did.
And if you've seen the Verizon commercial that's been airing lately,
he's back as Dr. Evil.
He still has Scott, his son, and Rob Lowe is in the commercial. I forget the gal's name that plays the evil lady. They had the son. They had Scott together. I forget her name. Yeah.
He's yelling in the background, yeah.
Now, sadly, we won't have a mini-me.
R.I.P.
R.I.P.
Gone too soon.
But Austin Powers 4, where are we at? What did you think of Austin Powers 3? I believe that was Goldmember.
All Austin Powers movies are classics.
All?
All 3 of them
really
are 3 of the funniest movies
That's a hot take.
Of that generation. They all delivered.
They did not.
They all delivered.
You stop
Every single one of them.
Come on.
Was a fantastic movie.
Who was your favorite gal of the Austin Powers? Was it Alada? You can't stop it from coming. Was it the Me Twins? You or me?
You, me.
Which one was your favorite?
Elizabeth Hurley's gal.
The Fembots?
The Fembots were pretty good. Yeah. Fembots were pretty solid.
Yep.
I forgot about Alada. I forgot about Alada until you said that.
Yeah.
Here's my fear. I'm glad that they're doing this.
That it's taken so long to
Dude,
make
the
it?
last one came out in 2002.
Frau. That's right.
Frau. That's
Yeah.
Elizabeth Hurley's character was, man. Is Elizabeth Hurley, right?
Elizabeth Hurley was the first one.
She was the first one,
and
right?
then Heather Graham was the second,
Heather
and then
Graham,
Beyonce was
and then
third.
Beyonce third.
And look, I love me some Beyonce.
This is going to be Sydney Sweeney, is it not? She good? Does she do comedy? I guess Beyonce never really acted before she was in that movie.
Beyonce was terrible in that movie.
She was not very good. That's fair.
Like, in any way.
That's a fair takeaway. I'll allow it.
It's what made that movie not good.
I'll allow it. The scene where they were behind the where you could see the shadows. And the doctor was watching them, and they were like pulling things out.
Oh, that was there's funny scenes.
I think I peed my
for
pants
sure
in that movie. The third one was definitely the lesser of the 3.
Yeah,
but I thought Goldmember was pretty funny.
So Goldmember was the second one.
Goldmember's the third.
Oh, okay.
So there's the Austin Powers International Man of Mystery.
Yeah.
Then there's the Spy Who Shagged Me.
Who's the bad guy in that one?
Well, Dr. Evil in all of them.
Well, no, but there's the fat bastard in Goldmember.
Yes. I think Fat Bastard was in the second one too, was he not? Or did he not show up until the third?
I think you're right.
And I think he was in the third one too, and then it's Goldmember in the third one.
Yeah.
Dude, it's been 25 years. I mean, who knows when the movie's even going to come out, right? Because he just announced they're making it. So we might be 5 years away from this movie getting released. I hope they can reprise the characters. I think comedies are a little bit easier to do in this regard than like trying to remake a classic movie.
I will go see it, though, because I'm a big, who's not a big Austin Powers guy? Especially
Felicity
if you're
Shagwell.
Yes.
The great names.
The names were fantastic,
yeah,
dude.
Ivana Humpalot.
It's good.
Yeah.
It's good. I'm all about it. Give me more Austin Powers.
Who would you choose
better.
as the lady of choice?
I would the lady of choice. Oh, for right now.
Well, yeah. If you had to make Austin Powers the fourth one, would you go Sydney Sweeney?
Sydney Sweeney. I mean, if you're going for the hot factor,
She needs a rebound bad because that boxing movie, buddy,
Bad.
that was not it.
What about Euphoria? I thought she's like
people didn't like that last season.
Yeah.
She's an OnlyFans model basically, but
What? Come again?
yeah.
Oh.
She's like pretending to be a dog in one of the episodes for content. The husband's rich.
Anne Hathaway wouldn't be bad.
Anne Hathaway's good.
She seems like she's got a good comedic bone.
I like Keke Palmer. She's pretty funny.
Yeah, it's a good poll.
She's popular right now.
Yeah, I'd be all about it. Give me another Austin Powers movie. Give me 3 more. I'll watch them all. What do we got? Let's get one more in here.
All right. Saul Goodman.
Ooh, last bit of audio.
Hey, this is good.
I don't know if you guys know this, but it is our 250th birthday as a country. Happy birthday, everybody. Not quite yet, a couple weeks away. But, birth month, what the hell? It's been 250 years. We might as well enjoy it. Look, Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul are 2 of the greatest shows in American history. I think Saul Goodman is one of the greatest characters ever created in American television history. We did a bracket years ago, best characters in TV shows. And at the time, the show had not, quite hit its popularity yet, so he was not in the bracket. If we redid it, he would be one of my votes. And he put together this for the 250th birthday of America.
Hi, I'm Saul Goodman. Did you know you have rights? Well, you do. Sure, they're old-timey. They were written by a bunch of guys in powdered wigs and knee socks. Boring! But believe it or not, they're still surprisingly relevant. Your rights include, but are not limited to, freedom of speech, freedom of assembly, freedom of the press, freedom against unreasonable searches and seizures, etc., etc. Wow, you lucky so-and-so. Look at you, you got rights coming out the wazoo, all because a whole bunch of good people, 250 years worth, sacrificed everything they had for this awesome wallpaper behind me. Know your rights. And for the love of Mike, don't ever give them up.
I'm Mike, and I approve this message.
Dude, anything Saul Goodman will get me to do it.
You're a big Saul guy.
Dude, Better Call Saul.
I never watched the show.
You never saw Better Call
Dirty
Saul?
confession. Never
really?
watched it. I'm not anti.
Even as a Breaking Bad guy, that's surprising.
Yeah, I love Bob Odenkirk, too,
Yes.
so that makes it even more shocking. But
I
never dove in.
How many seasons did it end
4?
up going?
Wasn't it 4?
That sounds right.
Thought it was 4 seasons. It got rave reviews.
There was one season that I remember being like, but not every season.
You're
going to
have
be
a season
perfect,
that's
right?
not great. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see. 2015 to 2022 is when it ran from. The ending of it was great.
They have the same guy doing the anthem. Is he just the anthem guy for the Knicks?
They have 6 seasons. Wow.
6 seasons?
It was 6 seasons. I did not realize it was that long. Phenomenal show. Go watch it. But yeah, Better Call Saul. Love having him back.
What are you going to do for the 4th? I had somebody ask me this the other day. Last year I was on the beach. We had the greatest 4th of July last year.
Beach is a pretty solid 4th of July.
We don't have that this year.
My conundrum is...
And I'm not buying fireworks.
We have a huge fireworks show in our neighborhood.
That's pretty nice.
But it doesn't... I don't know if the kid can make it.
To stay up late enough?
It's just I don't think they start until 10:15.
Give him a late nap.
I could
if
just
you
give him a
want
late
him
nap.
to be away.
I'd love for him to do it. I'm okay throwing the timing off for a day or two because it's the 4th of July.
Well, it's also I know this is a very politically divisive time, but it's a pretty monumental 250. To be able to say Teddy Ballgame,
it's a big deal.
We kept you awake later that
see the
night so you could
250th
see
birthday.
the fireworks, and you don't remember it, but
I think 4th of July might be number 2 on my holiday big board.
Behind Christmas?
Christmas, number 1, obviously. I'm a huge 4th of July guy.
It's a good vibe.
It's just it's the middle of the summer. Everybody's off. Everybody's relaxed. We're eating hot dogs.
Who's got a good drone show this year?
Right, give me a cool drone show. Pound some sodas.
How do you feel about the drone show replacing the fireworks?
It's stupid. It's stupid.
Really?
Yeah, it is.
Have you seen a good drone show, though?
I've seen drone shows. They're fine. Lights, cool. Oh, now it's an advertisement. Wow, I didn't see that coming. Drink Ovaltine.
Drink Ovaltine.
Give me fireworks, baby.
Wow.
This is America, damn it!
I cannot speak English, but...
Light some fireworks off. Happy birthday, America. There's your magic hat. We'll wrap it up next. 105.1 FM, The Fan.
The Firm of Harris and Meringue. Now weekdays 10 to 1.
If I could time travel, I always say this, I would die to go to 1948 New York City because I want to watch Duke Snyder, Willie Mays, and Mickey Mantle play baseball in New York City. Like, that would be...
This is Dirt and Sprague on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
Kind of a wacky edition of a best of Dirt and Sprague because the breaking Blazers news about an hour ago that they are hiring their next head coach is going to be Minnesota lead assistant Micah Nori on a weird deal, 1 year guaranteed and a couple of option years. after that. Team options, so no guarantee past this season, but the Blazers have the new man roaming their sidelines, and of course, the suspended Chauncey Billups officially no longer their head coach, so we can move on from that chapter as well. Had Dirt and Sprague check in from Langdon Farms, and we're going to have, of course, the firm and Primetime with Isaac and Suk checking in about this news as well. But we got to finish up this best of edition, and they wrapped it up talking about some NBA draft action happening tonight. Of course, the Blazers don't have any picks, but now they have a head coach. Wonder what they're going to be doing, if anything. Here is the final best of segment of Dirt and Sprague talking NBA draft.
The big three of Boozer, DeBonsa, and Peterson coming out.
Yeah.
Like, I'm excited to see that. Now, it's also, again, different because we're not involved and we don't have a pick. If we had the 7th overall pick in the draft, right, like how much different is our chatter the last 2 weeks leading into tomorrow.
Right.
DeBonsa, as of now, I'm sure every sports book's going to have different odds on this. He's a minus 500, somewhere in that range to be the number one overall pick.
Up to 500?
It is. I just pulled up FanDuel randomly because I just was looking for odds.
Yeah.
And it was the first one that showed up. It says minus 500 for him. Peterson plus 420. Boozer's the absolute long shot plus 4,000. I think we would be head sewn to the carpet shocked if anybody else other than those three were the number one overall pick. But you're a big hoops guy, big draft guy. You watch a lot of college basketball this year.
Yeah.
Where's the excitement level for tomorrow and maybe the chaos that could unfold, including one of the best players in the draft not working out for a team who might take him 2nd overall?
I think, that to me, I went and laid a bet actually last week. I probably could get better odds right now. I laid a bet on Darren Peterson being the number one pick.
Yeah, I'll see what it is on our draft teams.
I got it at 3-1. He was only working out for the Wizards and not wanting to work out for any of the other top teams. He also has a lot of red flags for people for his character, for the way the season went, the creatine thing. People, I don't know if that weighed for people.
Yeah.
DeBonsa is the overwhelming favorite. How is he not? He's a 6'9" freak wing that might be another version of Paul George. And if that's the case, I can't fault anybody for wanting to sign up for that. I think the uniqueness of Peterson, who is 6'5", with what some people think is a skilled version of like kind of a Kyrie comp at 6'5", and might just be a guy who did not want to play college basketball but kind of had to. I wouldn't blame them for taking that swing. The Trae Young stuff, they've already kind of hinted at wanting to lock up Trae Young to a short-term restructured deal, which is why he opted out.
Yes.
That would actually make sense with having Trae Young for a year and then maybe moving off of Trae Young as an expiring and then handing the reins to Darren Peterson. I find him a unique prospect. It's one of those rare, you don't need to actually have a hot take. You can say, I like all the top candidates.
They all seem like really good players.
Caleb Wilson's interesting when you watch some of his film, the athleticism, the size, like I see it. He also is not very gifted with the ball in his hands as a creator. And in the NBA, that's a fascinating thing. Like, how does that translate? But I totally get it. The point guard runoff in the draft is going to be incredibly deep. There's like 6 of these dudes. I love Darius Acuff. It sounds like people think he's going to go to the Kings, but I'm really curious to see how he's going to shake out, I think, in the grand scheme, and who's going to trade out. Are the Clippers at 5 going to trade out, or are they going to say, oh my God, we got handed this gift of a trade with the Pacers and it hit for us.
Right.
Let's take advantage of that. Well, the unfortunate nature is it's such a point guard heavy draft. Who do they take at 5? Is it Barry's from Arizona? Because it's going to be a guard of some caliber, but they have right now Garland. If Leonard's going to come back next year, we'll kind of wait and see on that. Right now, they still have Ben Mathurin. So fascinating, like a lot of different moving parts. Is Boozer go to Utah?
Do you think there's a chance we get a trade for number 1?
No.
No, you don't think that's going to happen?
I think Washington's going to decide between DeBonsa and
if you were Washington,
Peterson.
would you consider it?
I mean, who's trading me? And why would they trade
Utah to guarantee that they could get DeBonsa? And with a future, I don't know how much you'd have to give.
Future first.
It'd have to be a future first.
Yeah,
so I give you next year's first round pick, and you still have the number 2 overall pick in the draft.
No.
You wouldn't do it. You still want
I'd
to have your
understand
pick of the litter?
why they would do that, because all of the intel is Utah, Ainge, DeBonsa.
They paid for him to go to BYU.
Did you see the report that came out? I think it was Thursday or Friday, and it was Utah's split. They don't know who to go with. I'm like, yeah. Try to make it sound like you're not all in.
If DeBonsa's there, you were going to take DeBonsa. You
Right.
just might not have the choice because he's the favorite to go number 1.
But yeah, man, I laid a bet on Peterson. I think he's the most interesting prospect. I really do. Of all the players in this draft, and there is some damn good talent in this draft, He is the most fascinating one of all of them because, man, if he hits, we are all going to go, how did he not get taken by X, Y, and Z?
And Boozer might end up being the best player out of this, too, which is ironic about this draft class with how polished he was and how good he is.
He might have the highest floor. There's no doubt about it.
He might come in and be an immediate 2010 guy in the NBA and have an impact similar to what we've seen from some of these. Not that all of them can obviously do that. That's just what is unique about this draft. I'm excited to see how it shakes out. I also think there's a ton of value for guys in the back end of the top 10 that you're going to get. Guys like Acuff, who was awesome at Arkansas, man. Like, he could be coming in.
I love him.
Be a great scoring guard right away. And
that 50 burger he dropped in, I forget what game they were. Oh, it's the Alabama game.
Yes.
Oh, my God. Just a bucket.
He's elite, man. By the way, if you're looking at the odds on DraftKings, for whatever reason, FanDuel, maybe it's national market, our market's different. DeBon says minus 425 to be the number one overall pick.
Up 25.
Slightly. Peterson plus 300.
Yeah, still 3-1.
Yeah, still 3-1. Boozer plus 2,800. Then obviously a big drop off. Number 2 pick, it's a little bit Peterson minus 140, Boozer plus 180.
Oh.
And then number 3 pick is Boozer minus 155, Peterson plus 230, Caleb Wilson plus 600.
We saw it last year with Utah, coincidentally. Ace Bailey did not have any interest in talking and seeing them.
Didn't matter.
Took him 5th anyway.
Don't matter, man.
They will draft Darren If they love Peterson more than Boozer and DeBonsa goes 1,
don't give a rip.
They will draft him anyway. I'm like, dude, you're coming to Utah. Welcome to Salt Lake.
All right, the NBA draft, I'm sure, going to have a lot of action tonight, and frankly, a lot leading up to it. It's been a busy one. Not only is Giannis already with the Miami Heat finding a new home, but the Portland Trailblazers have also found their new head coach in Minnesota assistant Micah Nori. And, of course, that broke about an hour plus ago during this best of edition of Dirt and Sprague here on 105.1 The Fan. Of course, they are down at Langdon Farms at the Fan Golf Classic along with all the other personalities on the station. But we will be there breaking down this Blazers hire. It's a weird contract. You're going to hear the firm talk about it. You're going to hear Primetime with Isaac and Soup talking about it, as well as Happy Hour. Appreciate everybody checking in for this best of edition of Dirt and Sprague. Schulte sitting in with you. You've been listening to 105.1 The Fan and the Fan Sports Network. Have a great Tuesday. Stay cool out there.
The biggest questions of the day.
Would he be our best player?
Or not.
It's vanilla.
Oh, slightly.
Get out of here.
Stop.
Get out of here.
Vanilla ice cream brings nothing to your